morning to all of you, and welcome to the fifth and last IESBA board meeting in 2025. 2024, sorry. I'm starting well. As you know, my head is always ahead. So the last one before 2025, that's what I meant. Welcome to all of you. I hope that you all had safe travels despite some disruptions and some issues that some of you, I know that some of you had, but I'm glad to see that you are all here and in good health. Probably we should start again. Okay, I'm going to start again. It's better. So welcome to all of you to the fifth and last board meeting, IESBA board meeting of 2024, the last one before 2025. Welcome to all of you. I hope that you all had safe travels and that you are all ready for this meeting this week. I also hope that you enjoyed the cold weather outside because it's going to be hot here. I think that we are all set to start. So let me start by some special welcomes. First of all, I'd like to welcome our special public observers, two official observers, Begonia Jenner from PIOB, welcome Begonia, and Yohei Ito from Japan FSA, welcome Yohei. Also a very special welcome and my expression of gratefulness to Jens Paul, who is not anymore an official board member, but who is still a member of the Sustainability Task Force and wanted to be with us here for this meeting, which is a very important thing and a very important presence. Also, Denise Canavan, welcome Denise. Denise and Jens Engelhardt, both former IESBA technical advisors who will be observing this meeting in person. And I don't see her, but I know that Diane Jules, that most of you know, who was director at IESBA, will join us this week also to observe the board meeting. So she's not here, but I'm since now welcoming her. And I also take this opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to our national and international observers, some of them here in person, and also those who are observing virtually. I also have the pleasure to welcome the new board member, or the future new board member, Nancy Miller, who is also here with us. Nancy, I don't see you, but I see your hand waving. But anyway, thank you for your interest and for joining us since the start. Nigel James from ICC and all the others who wanted to be with us here today in person. Also to the virtual attendants, thank you very much for your interest. So speaking about new board members and rotations, reappointments, new members, and etc. This is for many reasons a very important meeting, but one of the reasons why this meeting is important, along with the subjects that will be discussing and the deliberations that we will be making, it's the last meeting for some of our very dear and very important board members, members of the IESBA family, who have been with us for a long time, much before my time, by the way, providing critical contributions for the IESBA work. And I'm speaking concretely about my dear Vice Chair, Laurie Hensley, and dear Andy Mintzer, who are going to leave us by the end of December. It's not yet time for goodbye. I just wanted to mention this, but and to mention that we will profit as much as possible from your presence here and from your contribution and collaboration in this last meeting, and hope that you will stay, and I'm sure that you will stay much beyond this time where you are officially board members. With them, also technical advisors Andrew Pinkney, Laurie, technical advisor Ellen Goria, Andy's technical advisor, and Kristen Vidal, because there will be a rotation for China's advisors, will rotate off. But I want to express my gratitude for the very good and important contributions they have made a long time as being technical advisors of these board members and of in some cases of former board members. So in terms of appointments and reappointments, I informed you, but since we are in a public session, I want to mention it clearly that I want to congratulate first Chana for his confirmation as or reappointment for a new term of 3 years, and his confirmation by the PIOB under my invitation to become the next vice chair once Laurie is not with us anymore. I'm happy and I'm lucky because I always count on very strong board members for this position. Chana, thank you very much for your availability, and I hope you won't regret what you have accepted to do. Also congratulate other board members who have been reappointed. Christelle, also for another term of 3 years. Mark Babington, also for another term of 3 years. And Rich, Rich is there. Rich for another term of 1 year, since Rich is gonna reach the maximum time at the board. Thank you very much for the contribution already made, and also for your availability to remain with us for an additional period at a very important time of this board. So as I was saying, Laurie and Andy will leave us, and we will have 2 new board members joining us on the 1st of January, Nancy Miller, who I already welcome, and also Obishuku Nwazola, a managing consultant from Nigeria. I don't know if she's attending virtually, but in any case, I'd like to welcome her since the start, and she will be here representing the small and medium practice entities, just like Andy did before. And finally, I would like to thank very heartfully the board and staff members who sent me warm and very reassuring, I must say, words on my reappointment. Thank you very much for those who took their time to write and to send these congratulations. There will be time next week or in another near occasion next year to share my thoughts and perspectives about this next period, about the 3 years behind us and the next 2 years. But for now, let me just reiterate my thankfulness for your kind words and messages, but above all for the unwavering support of all the board members, which brought me here and made me want to stay for some time more, because we really have an important project, a collective project together here at the board. So, and thank you also to the PIOB for the trust put in me. So we have a very, after this introduction, I don't need to say much about the agenda. The agenda speaks by itself. It's probably one of the most critical agendas since the start of my term. And as I conveyed to you in my email that I sent to you last Friday, I think this is a critical meeting for the board. We have 3 documents up for approval: the suite of the ethics and independence standards for sustainability reporting and assurance, the experts standards, and the firm culture and governance project proposal. These are 3 very, very critical pieces of work of this board. And I would say all of them really landmarks in our evolution and development as a board and the development of our mission. I ask since the start for board members full cooperation and for your discipline in this meeting as we go through the final proposals during the week. Of course, we will avoid and we will not reopen issues that have been closed and are not contentious. If you have a very substantive point to raise, of course, we will be discussing until the very last minute, but please, it would be helpful if you could come with an alternative to the proposals that we already have on the table. So these are the matters on which we will be voting. Then the Adoption and Implementation Working Group will be presenting its terms of reference and an action plan. Amajit, by the way, is an apology for today. He had an issue. He's flying now to New York, but he won't be able to be here before tomorrow morning, I think, if he arrives on time. But so he will be here to present the terms of reference and the action plan from the Adoption and Implementation Working Group. We also will have a progress report on the strategy and work plan 24-27, the so-called mid-cycle review, which is a matter of accountability of this board. We propose strategy and work plan. And at some point, we need to tell our stakeholders, look at ourselves, see what we have done, what we propose to do, and see how we get organized for the rest of the cycle, since we have a very ambitious plan and we need to set the priorities very carefully and very thoughtfully, and also see which resources we have to advance all the projects and all the initiatives that we have planned from the start of 2024. So let me thank you at this point very heartfeltly to the task forces, working groups, and of course, the staff for the hard work in preparing the agenda materials. This is a lot of work. The substance that we have in this agenda is amazing. And this is, of course, due to this board, to the technical advisors, and to the staff who has been working night and day to get this ready. You will have noted that we are presenting, and this is part of the agenda, the basis for conclusions both for the sustainability standards and for the expert standards, which is a significant development and change regarding the way we used to do things in the past, where the basis for conclusions were prepared after the approval. This time we made an effort to do it this way, and hopefully it's going to be a practice and a routine for the next projects for many reasons, but it will also allow to have a timely certification from the PIOB. So on outreach, recent outreach and related activities, as you can see from agenda item 1B, the fourth quarter has been extremely busy for the IESBA. I'm not going to go through this list, you have it, you know it. The key takeaways from these outreach meetings and initiatives will be debriefed and reported as we discuss the topics that were subject to discussions in those meetings. I want to thank board members and also staff for all the initiatives where you participated in this last quarter of the year, which were very many initiatives and the outreach moments. So thank you for your availability. These moments are, again, of strategic importance. So again, I encourage all board members to be ambassadors of the IESBA wherever you are and whenever you can. The planning committee continued its activities. We met in November 2024 with a number of strategic issues on the agenda, updates on the work streams, updates on discussions resulting from the November 2024 SAC, the Stakeholder Advisory Committee, which was a very substantial one. Discussions on adoption and implementation, since this is a slightly new topic for us, for this board, as something that we are embracing in a structured and planned way. And we also discussed technology and private equity investments, which, as you know, is being at the center of the attention of our stakeholders. The planning committee also considered some revisions or some proposed revisions to the due process and working procedure documents. And this is also a sign of development, of progress, and of making the necessary changes as this board becomes more strategic and less technical, and as we move forward with the staff-based or staff-led, staff-driven model here at the IESBA, just like the IESBA is doing. With this, I would like to invite Ken to present some staff updates, if you don't mind, Ken, and other administrative matters that you may have.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have two new hires who joined us this week. They are here in person. The first one is Ree George, who is our new Strategic Communications Director. So I don't know if Ree, you are behind the pillar from where I'm sitting. Hello, Ree. Ree's joining us from Portugal. He currently is completing his service at the Portuguese Securities Market Commission. He's there as an advisor to the management board of CMVM. Previously, he was an economics and communications advisor to the Portuguese Minister of Finance. And Ree also was a director at CMVM in the Communications Strategy, Innovation and Risk Analysis Department. Previous to these roles, he was a journalist at Jornal de Negocios, which is a business daily in Portugal. So Ree, welcome to the team, and I essentially encourage all board members to introduce yourselves to Ree during the break. Our second new hire is Joanne Holt, who is sitting at the back. Joanne, so if you could wave. Welcome, Joanne. Joanne is joining us. In fact, today is her official starting day, so this couldn't be a more timely Joanne. Joanne is joining us from PwC New York, from the Ethics and Business Conduct Department, where she was a senior manager. She's been working this role for a couple of years now. Prior to this role, she was working with EY in New Jersey and New York in the investigation team, forensic and integrity services. Welcome, Joanne, again, and I welcome all board members and participants to introduce yourself as well to Joanne during the break. So that's our two hires, Gabriela. In terms of administrative matters, really, it's just a couple of reminders. One is you have received the information about the board social activity and dinner for this Thursday. So you have all the details, hopefully with you. If not, please let us know. And secondly, during the course of the meeting, I'd encourage all of you to speak directly into the microphones. This is very important because we have a number of observers in the meeting room, and we want to make sure everybody is able to understand the board proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken, and welcome to Rui and Joanna. Hope that you, Joanne, because we have Joanne, Joanna, John, Jeff, so I'm sorry. Welcome. The family is growing, and we very much need them because, as you can see, the work ahead of us is very significant. And I will remind you that we are moving to the staff-driven model where the staff will be much more involved in the work. So we need to grow the family as we are doing. With still on administrative issues or topics, if do you want to say something about the minutes, Ken, or it's yeah.
Well, the minutes have been circulated to the board members. If you have any comments, please let us know by close of business this Wednesday, and the board will be asked to approve those minutes on Friday. So there are 3 sets, I believe, the public session minutes from September, the minutes of the joint IESBA IESBA session also in September, and the November session as well. So on Friday, we will ask the board to approve those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. So unless anyone has any question or any comment or any suggestion, I think that we can close this opening session or opening remarks and move forward to the next topic on the agenda. And before I give the floor to the task force, I don't know exactly who is going to present the first part of this morning. We will address common issues from Workstream 1 and Workstream 2, which means common issues from independence, ethics, sustainability reporting, and assurance, everything together. But before we start, I think it's this is going to be today the last discussion, I hope, and I think, about this long project, this great project that we initiated some time ago. And I think it's important for us to, or it's, at least for me, it's important to set a little bit the scene and remind you of what our objectives were, and I'm sure that they did not change along the way, the journey that we made here, and what is it about today. So we are going to submit these standards for approval next Thursday. Today is the day to discuss. It's the day for any possible amendments or adjustments or whatever that we may still want to do, because until the last moment it's open. And of course, we all acknowledge that this has been a very complex or a very challenging, better saying, process. But it's also been a process, a project which is marked by the unwavering dedication, collaboration, shared commitment to advancing this project in the public interest. And I'm not only speaking about the board, I'm speaking about the board, the staff, all of the technical advisors, everyone who was involved in advancing this project, but our stakeholders. This is really a collective project. We identified an objective at the start, somewhere in 2022, before approving the working group, and agreed upon at the outset of this project that we wanted to develop this ethical foundation, if I may say so, to complete the infrastructure of sustainability standards on reporting and assurance. These standards, I don't need to say it, will serve as a critical element in fostering trust, confidence, reliability, and accountability in sustainability reporting and assurance. And this goal is absolutely vital for the public interest. And that's why we decided to do it. And we were supported by everyone, I would say, to do and to develop this standard. When I was preparing for this meeting yesterday, or not yesterday, but yesterday, I was specifically thinking about what brought us here and how we came here where we are. And I went back a bit on time, thinking about some milestones in the project, which is some of them are in the cover note of this topic of the agenda. But it's important, I think, to remind everyone what brought us here and how we came here. I even went to the recorded video, which is on the website of our meeting in December 2022, to remind myself of what has been said there, what was the objective. And what I saw there was a lot of enthusiasm, full agreement around the importance of developing these standards, and also the consistency of the board when we approved this project and agreed on the urgency of advancing the project for the public interest. And it was not only the incumbent board members here and staff, but also some who have already left us, but who were equally enthusiastic, committed, like, and let me recall, for instance, Jens Paul, who is here with us, but also Caroline Lee, the former chair, and sorry, but I think that I need to mention him, Brian Friedrich, who was one of the most enthusiastic board members pushing for this project and with good ideas that we are still using today. So it's important to recall and to remind everyone that this is a collective project, and it's a project of the ones who are sitting here, the ones who are not sitting here, the stakeholders, the thousands of stakeholders with whom we spoke and connected over these 2 years. I tried to make a calculation, but I can't count the number of internal meetings that we had at the board, task forces, staff, and etc. On this topic. But we surely reached out. We had more than 300 external meetings with stakeholders and initiatives and seminars, everything. We reached out to thousands of stakeholders. So this is a very strong project. What we are going to analyze this week is the result of a very inclusive, very open, very lively project that we discussed all the time since the start with stakeholders. I went to the summary of the roundtables that we organized in 2023 as well, 4 global roundtables, and the result, the summary, the takeaways are absolutely consistent in terms of the support from all groups of stakeholders in all the regions about the need to develop the standards and the strategic direction that we were by the time already suggesting to our stakeholders. So I don't have any doubt about the strong basis for this project, the strong feeling and agreement around the objectives that we wanted to serve, about the consistency not only of this board, but of this board and the stakeholders with whom we connected along the way around this project. Of course, like in any other project of this nature, at the start we agree on this strategically on the direction, and then when we start discussing the details, of course, we don't agree on everything. And that's the nature of things. That's how these projects always develop and go. Nothing here was different from what we would expect. The devil is on the details. And when we start putting forward details and discussing details, of course, it's natural that we don't agree. But this is the time for us to reconvene again around the strategic objectives that we set up from the outset. It's the time for us to gather, like in the army or the Marines, who they can disagree on everything, but then at the end they gather around an objective, around a project, around a purpose. And that's what I expect this board not to forget this week, is that irrespective of, it would be impossible in such a new, let's call it just like the project, that we would all be 100% comfortable with all the proposals. It's completely new, the topic, it's completely new, the matter. It was a speedy project and it needed to be. I went back to our stakeholders like IOSCO, PIOB, FSB, Financial Stability Board, public notes and reports saying you have to be ready on December 2024, and we are happy that you are committing to do so. So we needed to do it, and it would be if we were all completely in agreement around what we are proposing, I would say that the standards would probably not be strong. So this is everything is natural. I just need to ask this board to think about what our objectives were from the outset, what our objectives are today. We went through an incredible and totally new process of coordination with IESBA to make sure that this was operable, practicable, that we were not undermining ISA 5000, and that ISA 5000 was not undermining the possibility of our standards to apply in an effective way. We had to give a few things away. That's natural. We had to proceed from a few things for this to be interoperable. This is the nature of things. At the end, what we want is a set of standards, and I'm sure that we have it, which are strong, which are needed, which are helpful, useful for everyone, and that we need to make them, we need to prove them with the sense that we have an objective, a purpose, and that we have to honor everything that has been done over the last years. We listened to everyone until the very last moment. You received, I think on Friday, an email from, from our workstream one, saying that, well, sorry, but after the documents were posted, there were some changes that we made. And this was still the result of conversations that we were having, where in some of them I was myself involved, with many stakeholders over the last days. So it was open until the very last day. It's still open for conversations, for dialogues, for reflections, and etc. We are completely sure, I am completely sure, that Workstream 1, the task force, the board, the staff, etc., did everything that we should do to listen to our stakeholders and come up with a product or a proposal, which is the best one in terms of agreements that we need to do for these standards to make their way through. Now, I said until the last minute, so let's listen to the discussion and see if there is anything else that we need to do and which is reasonable and which does not undermine the core of the standards. And I'm going to stop here, but I needed to set the scene for this discussion and for what we are expected to do this week and our responsibilities in this field. So thank you very much. And I'm going to over to the staff. I don't know, Sylvia or Laura or John, I don't know who is the first one, to present some common issues, which is the first part of this conversation. Sylvia.
It's the other Sylvia. Yeah, no worries.
Laura.
Good morning, everyone. And actually, thank you, Gabriela, for this introduction, because I think it's a very important introduction for what we're going to discuss here today in this session. It's basically an overview of the outreach that the task force and the staff has been doing in the last quarter. So besides the task force meetings, the in-person meetings, the virtual meetings, the task force has also liaised with some stakeholders, some key stakeholders, and what we're going to hear from my colleagues is the summary of the comments that we've heard so far. So we have the matters identified in the PIOB public interest issues list, and then we will also discuss some comments received from the Sustainability Reference Group, the Forum of Firms, IFAC representatives, and also the Committee of European Audit Oversight Board. And I'll hand it over to Sylvia.
Thank you, Laura. So after the September board meeting, the PIOB has updated the list of public interest issues with respect to the IESBA project and highlighted a couple of additions related to the discussion or the decision we made in September. One of the issues was that the PIOB emphasized was the importance of the level playing field between the PAs and the non-PAs regarding the requirements applicable to their relevant knowledge, skills, and experience. And precisely they questioned that why IESA only includes reference to expectations in a couple of requirements for non-PAs, while for PAs there are specific requirements. And this is one of the issues that Workstream 2 discussed, and we are going to hear about how they address that matter. The other area was that the PIOB also noted that the independence requirements provides requirements and application materials for different players in the group sustainability assurance engagement. And the PIOB emphasized that it's important to have proportionate independence requirements with respect to the group engagement and for the sustainability assurance practitioners participating in these engagements. And not only the proportionate approach, but it's important, but also they suggested that the board focus on the clarity with respect to the drafting of these requirements. So it would be clear that what level of independence and what independence requirements applies to who within the code. The PIOB also actually, PIOB welcomed the board's decision to moving away with the proposal regarding the proportion of the fees. However, they raised some concerns with the new approach that we had in September, mainly focusing on whether the sustainability assurance engagement is mandated or voluntary. They believe that that shouldn't be a point of discussion. And they also raised it again that the concerns about categorizing the fees for sustainability assurance engagement as non-audit fees. So this is the point that Workstream 1 also discussed, and we are going to get to it once we are presenting that specific issue. So in the updates to the public interest issues, the PIOB emphasized the importance of two-way communications regarding the NOCLAR. So it's not just the communication between the financial statements auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioners, but also communication in the context of NOCLAR between all the relevant assurance providers participating in the engagement. The other point the PIOB raised after September, as you may recall, in September we proposed or presented a couple of transitional provisions. One of them was related to the non-assurance services that the firm and the client entered before the effective date, and the transitional provisions allowed the firm and the client to go on with the engagement based on the original term. The PIOB pointed out that these open-ended transitional provisions could have some unintended consequences, especially when we are talking about a multi-year contract of engagement. And they raised that the IESBA consider whether these transitional provisions can be misused by the firms and the client. So these are the points that the Workstream 1 and Workstream 2 considered at the October meeting, and we are going to talk about the points how the task force proposed to address the PIOB's comments. Also, as a next step, the PIOB emphasized and reiterated the importance of the ongoing cooperation between the IESBA and IAASB, even after the approval of both standards, ISSA 5000 and the IESA, and to continue this cooperation and coordination during the adoption and the implementation phase as well. And as part of the coordination, the PIOB pointed out the need for monitoring and the rapid response mechanism to identify the response that come up to the challenges that could come up during the adoption and the implementation. So this is what we have heard from the PIOB. And as I mentioned, we are going to talk about the specific points during the Workstream 1 and Workstream 2 presentations. The other topic I would like to talk about, or the other outreach that is really important is the meeting with the Sustainability Reference Group. As you know, since the beginning, this group is providing some recommendations to the staff and to the board, and the Sustainability Reference Group mainly consists of non-PA practitioners, and they are providing their view mainly from the non-practitioners' experiences and potential views from regarding our standards. So the reference group is from the staff is run by John, who is working together with the reference group members, and from the IESBA side, it is chaired by Chana. So I'm talking about these issues because recently, not surprising, the Sustainability Reference Group discussed independence matters. But please, John and Chana, just jump in if I missed any point. So the first meeting we had with the Sustainability Reference Group in this quarter was after the September meeting, when we reported back on the decisions of the board at the September meeting, and they asked for their input regarding the way forward. And that was the first meeting when we informed the Sustainability Reference Group regarding the changes to the determination of the components, and that is not linked to the operational control, but it's linked to the involvement of the group financial statements. I believe that the reference group was happy with this proposal. They found it's a pragmatic approach. However, they raised some questions, and they asked us to be sure that we are covering all entities, given that the consolidation for the financial statements and for the sustainability group parameters not necessarily the same. So it wasn't really a concern. It was just that we should have the appropriate information. And also what they also raised regarding this determination is the question that we heard from board members as well, that whether we would inadvertently capture minority investments in a value chain as group component, and whether if it's appropriate or not. So there was support for this change, but they suggested that we prioritize a post-implementation review to understand whether this approach fits for the global practice or continue be fitting to the global practice as well. We heard some views regarding the clarification that is necessary with respect to performing the assurance work at. So at the September meeting, we didn't have the guidance that we are proposing now, but even at that point, the reference group mentioned that given that this determination is really important for the scoping of the independence work, they were really in support of going forward and including some application material in the standards. The other point that we were talking about was in relation to fees and the fee disclosure. And the reference group members pointed out that in the national laws and regulations, currently there are no requirements for the clients or even for the firms to disclose the fee-related information with respect to the sustainability assurance engagements. They acknowledged that it's an important step. They just asked the IESBA to consider the potential challenges that could create that setting out a requirement for the fee disclosure in the code itself and how it would operate or work together with the national laws and regulation. And this is the point that the task force also considered, and we are going to come back to that point. So basically that was what we heard from them in September, and we discussed these points in October, and our changes and also the discussion we had in November, I think, reflected this point. So the next meeting we have with them is just 2 weeks ago, I believe. It was after the November call. And again, we reported back on the issues we discussed with the board in November and regarding the direction of the changes, and we asked for their input. And yes. So, and that discussion included the application material with respect to the meaning of the performing assurance work. And as I mentioned, they supported this guidance. They felt that it's really helpful for PAs and non-PAs as well. However, they asked us to go a bit forward and go and be specific about the situation when the group firm's independence is not required. They also pointed out that in the current application material that we are doing to discuss, there is a reference to the limited use of the work of the component practitioner at a value chain component. However, they recognize that this is a coordination or matter with IEESB, and this is coming from IEESB standards. They suggested that the board discuss this point because they felt that it could be read that this is the objective of the IESBA. So again, this is something that the task force discussed, and we will raise that during the upcoming session. There were some questions and clarifications regarding the determination of the group component. But I think the other important matter that we discussed is going forward, the adoption and the implementation and the capacity building. And they really supported IESBA's commitment regarding the capacity building. However, they pointed out and they suggesting that these training and the materials and the capacity building regarding ethics and independence should not focus only on the sustainability assurance practitioners, but also on the reporting entities. They felt that this that providing standards for both sides would really help the promoting the ethics and independence. And I will just turn to Chana and John to see if there's anything to add.
No, I think Sylvia, you have covered it, and I think on that limited circumstances, they sort of had a different view whether it's actually limited. Thanks.
And I think I will just turn to John to the next.
Thank you, Sylvia. Yes, I just wanted to provide an update from recent Forum of Firms meetings in Dubai, Paris, and also in Delhi as well. So I presented at the Forum of Firms Audit Quality event in Dubai on October 23rd, and on the Sustainability and Experts projects, but also the Firm Culture and Governance workstream. In respect of sustainability, there was some discussion on the IES's proposed independence considerations with respect to the value chain, including in relation to the definitions of group components and value chain components and when independence is required, including regarding a network firm providing assurance at a value chain component and the associated independence requirements. Again, there was questions around clarification around the meaning of performed assurance work at, also around access to underlying records of the value chain components, and also the role of the assurance standards in relation to determining when assurance work is required. Also in Dubai, IESBA representatives also presented at the IFAC and Emirates Association for Accountants and Auditors Middle East and North Africa Sustainability Conference. So there was a session covering capacity building and integrated mindset, and Rania provided introductory remarks on capacity building for boards, the IESBA code as a foundation for governance codes, and also the role of education. David Clark spoke about IESBA's sustainability reporting standards, greenwashing, and the IESBA's role in capacity building. I presented on a separate session on preparing for high quality assurance and discussed the IESA and the experts projects and how the IESA addresses greenwashing and the reliability of sustainability information. As Gabriella mentioned, Amajit's not here today, but he also presented at a Forum of Firm event in Delhi on November 21st, including on the IESBA's work on sustainability and adoption and implementation. A couple of the key takeaways was that there was discussion around the need for the adoption of sustainability reporting, assurance and independence standards together. Also around ethics being fundamental, and there's need for the awareness around the work of the IESBA. Amajit notified us that the Forum of Firm leadership was interested in supporting the objective of the adoption and implementation of the IESBA standards, and willing to cover some of these important projects in upcoming events. Mark also presented at the Forum of Firms in Paris on November 4. There was questions there around the scope of the IESA and the International Independence Standards in Part 5, the applicability of the IESA for non-PAs, and the importance of the interoperability with ISA 5000, but other assurance standards and reporting standards. Also discussion on the independence considerations applicable to assurance work at the value chain components and questions around independence of a group sustainability assurance firm and other firms within the network when performing assurance at the value chain component, and also around the determination of the value chain component. But Mark, I'll pass to you if there's anything you wanted to add around the Paris Forum of Firms meeting.
I think not much to add, John, but really just to emphasise the fact that a lot of the comments from attendees were about steps that we can take to help with the operationalisation of the standard. And so therefore, a lot of the engagement has been very helpful in identifying things that we can either look to clarify, which we've sought to done through further iterations, and address some of these things that were clearly causing issues that people were struggling to address. Hence some of the work that's been done since then. But I thought there was very good engagement and clearly a lot of interest in the standards being available to use.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And I'll pass to Ken for an update on the CEAOB. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John. So just a brief update on our conversation. Gabriel and I, and Cam was with us as well, when we met with CEAOB in October. We had really a brief discussion on sustainability because the group really understood that IESBA is well progressed in terms of the development of the standards. And as you see, one of the points there, they were keen to emphasize the point that it was so important that the board takes the standards towards finalization in December. The point about harmonization was also an important one. They acknowledged, they understood that it would not be in the public interest to really have fragmented standards, jurisdictions setting their own standards on sustainability. And therefore, they felt that the work that the board was doing was critically important towards having those standards fit into the global infrastructure for sustainability reporting and assurance. As indicated, they didn't think the standards were not going to be needed. They felt it was very important to have those standards in place by December. Importantly, this idea of a global baseline. But they emphasized also the importance of allowing jurisdictions the ability to add their own layers on top of the global baseline if the particular jurisdictions so determined it would be appropriate in the national context. They emphasize also the importance of education and training for, in particular, the IESBs, as they call them, the independent assurance service providers. And they indicated that CEAOB themselves will be tracking, monitoring, and supervising the IESBs, at least in the early years when mandatory sustainability assurance got underway. The topic of post-implementation review came up. They had a couple of questions there. They emphasized the importance of undertaking those post-implementation review exercise. But related to this, they also emphasized the importance of really making sure that IESBA has the appropriate level of resources to be dedicated to adoption and implementation support once the standards are issued. So that's a bit of the the key points that came out of the discussion at CEAOB. Just pause here to see if anyone has any questions.
Christelle.
Yes, Christelle.
Yes, thank you. Could you elaborate a little bit? I understand that for the CEAOB, it is their traditional approach to have a global baseline, which is quite synthetic, and to leave the rest of it to jurisdictions. So is there something additional there that they are intending to express a more meaty global baseline, or do they have a view on what would be the frontier of what we did and would enter a global baseline, and what would you see what I mean?
Yeah, they did not go into the let's say the details of what it would mean to have a global baseline. They understood that the standards IESBA is developing are going to be international standards, and those standards are going to be applied across the world. And that's in a sense, in the light of that concept of international application is what they are thinking about. As you would anticipate, the members of CAOB, by and large, oversee auditors and audits of multinational companies, and it's in that context that they are carrying out their work, their inspections in particular, and they are understanding that global firms that are carrying out audits and going forward sustainability assurance engagements will be operating essentially on a transnational audits. And for that reason, they understood that the standards IESBA is developing will be those standards that will be largely used across the world for those global assurance engagements. So it's that context that they sort of conveyed their comments. Vanya?
Thank you, Ken. Maybe I can put some put that the international standard setter are adopting what they call the building blocks model. So the idea is to have a global baseline that make reports comparable wherever in the world. So that is the international side. But they also understand that each jurisdiction had additional necessities that they might require as a complement in order to attend their local necessities. So that is already accepted. The model that ISSB is promoting is exactly that. The basis is the financial statements. Then you have a second floor that is the sustainability information. And then the third floor is the local jurisdictional requirements. That's how it would work. And so we are providing standards in order to make it possible, both for reporting and for assurance and for the ethical side.
Andy, please. Thank you, Vanya.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Ken. So did I hear, I just wanted to make sure I heard you say that the CAOB believe they were going to be supervising the non-PA firms who would be providing this assurance, or did I misunderstand?
In those jurisdictions where members of CAOB would have the mandate to oversee the IASBs, the non-PAs in other words, only in those jurisdictions where the individual oversight bodies would have that mandate to oversee the non-PA practitioners.
Is there a general, what's the sense of coverage of that? Do you have any sense for coverage as to how many jurisdictions that is? Because I don't. I don't know if you have any view.
So thank you, Andy. I think this is an important question because I feel also from some outreach opportunities that there are still some misunderstandings about this non-PA thing. What is happening in Europe is that the CSRD has not been transposed by, I think, more or less half of the European countries. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen in terms of the decision that each jurisdiction, each country will have to make about whether, first, they have to make two decisions. First, will non-professional accountants be allowed to provide sustainability assurance services or not? And from the ones who have already transposed, I think that there is a majority of countries which have not accepted the non-PAs to be active in providing these services. But if they make the decision, and some countries are doing that, to accept that non-professional accountants are providing sustainability assurance, they have to make a second decision, which is who is going to supervise them. Because according to the European framework, there has to be a public, independent, supervisory entity, structure, etc., supervising these services. So, and this is something that I think has not been understood well in the past. What the IESBA standards do is, in those countries where the government, the legislator, the regulator, whoever makes the decision first that they are allowed to provide the services, and secondly, which structure, which supervisory oversight structure will supervise them, and then the IESBA standards apply to all of them. And this is the right thing, and that's what we agreed here. That it's nothing, but it doesn't mean, and I realized at the IFAC Council that there was a misunderstanding, that a jurisdiction which adopts our standards has to accept non-professional accountants. This is not for the IESBA. This is not for, I'm sorry, we don't have that authority, that competence. This is for local regulators. These standards, once France, United States, China, whoever adopts the standards, then the standards will apply to professional accountants only, or to non-professional accountants also, depending on the decisions that the governments have made in that respect. Right? So, and the decisions are first to accept or not. Secondly, if they do accept, how they're going to be supervised. And what Ken was saying is that expectedly, that's what seems to be more probable, is that the entities who are already supervising the auditors, the professional accountants, will probably also supervise these non-professional accountants according to a framework that is created for the purpose. It's what already happened in France. For instance, H2A, which is the authority, the entity which supervises the professional accountants, was legally prepared, the terms of reference, the regulations, that everything was changed to say this entity will also supervise non-professional accountants, and they have to be registered and have to go through training and and after that, they will oversee them exactly in the same way that they are overseeing the others. Was I clear? I think it's important to be clear about this, because I realized that there was a lot of misunderstandings in this respect.
No, I appreciate that, Chair. And I did fully understand that going in, but I appreciate the explanation. I was just merely asking as to what the coverage currently is with regard to that, which is what I heard from Ken. And I was just wondering if there was some overarching view that he could share with us, or is it just too early days yet to know?
I think it's a little bit too early days, but the expectation is probably there will be a majority of countries not allowing, for now, at least the non-professional accountants. I think it was, for instance, the option made in Italy, where it at least says, oh, not for now, in 3 years' time, we will review and see if we can go in a different direction. And I think that there are other countries taking exactly the same decision, which is to delay a little bit the option of the non-professional accountants, depending on the maturity of the supervision or whatever.
Okay, thank you. It'd be a useful, I think, public document to have some sort of constantly updating list to tell us what it is.
Maybe the CAOB can do it.
Yeah, no, I wasn't signing it to you guys, but I think it would be a cool document to look at.
Sorry?
Just on that point, Andy, there is a running thing on, I think, on the European Commission's website about member states where they've opened up proceedings because they've yet to transpose CSRD. So I think from memory, there are 17 member states who have still to transpose. So as Gabriella says, it is quite early on in the process to be able to draw any conclusions. And it tends to be that the assessment gets drowned out by France, which has moved much more quickly than any other member state, and has widened out the pool of people who are eligible to carry out the work.
Thank you, Mark. Jens, sorry.
It's working. I just want to give an update because I just had this morning a call with Accountancy Europe, and there are 4 member states, France, Lithuania, Romania, and Spain, who have allowed in their legislation the independent assurance service provider. Denmark is in the process of allowing it, and Austria has announced but has no government to implement it, but they have announced to do it. And there are 7 other countries who have said either we will recheck it now during the process, or in the next 3 years you want to make an assessment whether it should be appropriate to allow independent assurance providers. So that's the discussion I've heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. Luigi, please.
Yeah, and thank you. And Ken, just to clarify what you have said, but I think that there is a bit of misunderstanding. So far, the form of firm constitution is only for transnational audit and not for sustainability assurance. So I think that there is a gap here to keep in mind.
Yes. Well, there are still some misunderstandings in this space of not professional accountants and so, but this is the status. And of course, Europe is a special region because Europe has its own CSRD, ESRS, and etc. So how this is going to work with this global baseline is still something that we will need to find out. We are doing, and I'm doing personally, efforts to make sure that at least there will be some kind of, let's call it interoperability. It can be something different, but that the two systems will work together without gaps, contradictions, and etc. The European Commission at the IFAC Council said publicly that they are looking at the IESA and that they will make decisions a bit later when the CAOB will give them the proposal for the future framework on which the CAOB is currently working. So it will very much depend on the CAOB, including something on that proposal on the ethics framework and the relation, the interaction with our standards or not. And this should be done until June 2025 or something like that. So still open. So Ken, please.
So if we could continue, I think we have a couple of updates, Sylvia. So we had I think just in the last week or so before this board meeting, we had a meeting with IFAC. And when I say we, it's Gabriel, myself, Mark, Sylvia, and Keith. So we had a further meeting with a number of representatives from IFAC, including Lee White, who's the CEO of IFAC, plus some other members on the SMP advisory group, as well as the Public Policy and Regulation advisory group. Essentially, it was a further conversation with the IFAC representatives in terms of the developments since the previous conversation we had with them, which was in September, before the September board meeting. So this was really kind of bringing them up to speed, and also understanding their further concerns in relation, in particular, to the issue of value chain. But already from the very start of the conversation, there were a number of overarching messages that were conveyed to essentially this board. First of all, to maintain a spirit of refinement and iteration as we progress towards finding that sort of steady state where there is a level of comfort with the provisions. Secondly, there was a message that we are all on a transformative journey here, and there is understanding that the ecosystem is still developing, the engagements that will be mandated for sustainability assurance still being put in place, and firms are getting ready to undertake these engagements. And therefore, the importance of making sure that the standards that IESBA is developing will be practicable, operable, and aligned to the common goals of supporting trustworthy sustainability assurance. As indicated, there were still some concerns on the basis of the papers that were posted for this December board meeting. There were still some concerns around the perceived complexity of some of the provisions in relation to value chain components. And there were some words of encouragement for this board to continue to work on simplification, and also to consider transitional reliefs to facilitate adoption of the provisions, but not to see those transitional reliefs as really being a block or an obstacle towards getting to the common objectives. And importantly, also, there was a message about really managing the process of change with stakeholders, because we all recognize that this is a new area. It is going to be evolving over the coming years, and therefore how the board manages that process is going to be important. Sylvia, next slide. So in terms of our comments, just in terms of detail, First of all, there was a view from one of the representatives there who essentially did not believe that it would be necessary to require independence when assurance work is being performed at a value chain component. And the suggestion was to just require independence if the firm that is carrying out the work is reporting on the value chain components information to third parties, which we took to be, in a sense, a separate engagement, because it's only for a separate engagement that there will be an assurance report issued to third parties, not for purposes of the group sustainability assurance engagement. By contrast, there was a different view, again, from the same group, another view that actually it was understandable what the task force, the work stream one was proposing in terms of the independence provisions addressing value chain components. But there was a concern there about the terminology and how challenging it is to really understand the different terms that are in play in relation to those provisions, group components, value chain components, in network, out of network, etc. And therefore, that concern about making it as simple as possible. There was a suggestion to consider the alternative of applying the knows or has reason to believe principle in relation to independence of value chain components. And that is a proposal that I think the board will be familiar with, because that is what the board went out with section 5700 on exposure, but it essentially was a suggestion to bring it back and really make it applicable throughout the assurance work being performed at the value chain component. There was also a view that the assurance work at the value chain component is only really focusing, potentially could be focusing on only one sustainability matter, and not the entirety of the sustainability information at the value chain component. So, for example, it might be just assurance on the entity's compliance with human rights legislation, as opposed to assurance on all its sustainability information, from environment, social governance, and what have you. And hence, there was a view that perhaps there needed to be better recognition that this potentially could be the case in practice, that there is only one assurance being requested on only one sustainability matter, and not a range of different matters. And finally, again, the same sort of message that we keep hearing across the board, be it from the practitioner side or even the regulators, this idea of really making sure that the board prioritizes providing implementation support to practitioners, because there's a view, what is the perception that it's going to be a very, very significant challenge, especially for these smaller practitioners as the standards come into play. So I think that was essentially what we heard from IFAC, but let me just turn to Gabriela or even Mark, if you have anything to add.
No. I don't, Ken. I think that you covered everything very well. What we will hear afterwards is the workstream one response to these comments and suggestions that IFAC brought us last week. Mark, please.
I think all I would say in that respect, Gabriela, is that the really important point to come out was this management of change process, because it is going to be, in a sense, something new. And there's that process of getting buy-in for the change and making sure that it can work in an effective way. And I think hence the discussion over a transitional measure to give some time for that. And I think also a recognition that it would help from an IESBA perspective in giving us the window to make sure that we've got all of our implementation support material developed and out and available to engage.
Thank you, Mark. Can I have you finished? So, is there another slide? Yeah, okay. So that's it Luigi, do you still want to speak? Oh, sorry, I hadn't seen.
No, making reference to what Mark just said, I agree with the strategy here, but probably with respect to other projects here, since we are shutting in the future without knowing it, and we are really at the very early stage of everything in this space, I think that more than in other circumstances, we need to set up some sort of monitoring process in order for the board to be ready to immediately react to anything that could happen, which is different from what we are thinking now. There are examples, I will not repeat all of them, in our code where we made assumption on the future, but we do not have reality so far to test whether it is the case or not. And I think that in order to have a proper implementation, it is not sufficient to have a post-implementation project. We need to have something in place to have a strict monitoring on the reality and to change whatever is needed to change immediately with an immediate reaction.
Thank you for that, Luigi. We really need to think different this time because the project is different and because the reality is different, or we don't know even sometimes which reality we will have. So I think that we can look at that proposal and think seriously about it. Paul, please.
Thank you so much. I think if anything, it's just to the sentiment that was just expressed by Luigi is very aligned to even what PIB was saying around making sure we put in place really an effective monitoring and rapid response platform. But it's saying you need to move. Your spirit is correct. You may need to make refinements, but start implementing. And I think that's really the message I got from what PIB was telling us, that we stand with you. It is important to continue with the aspirations you have, but until you start, you will eternally be going in circles. So I really just very strongly support move, but have a mechanism for correction and refinement as move forward.
Thank you very much, Paul. This is also indeed important because it's a message not to get stuck in our perplexities and start understanding what the reality is. Because as you say, if we don't move and we don't start, we will never know if we are right or wrong. So I think that this conversation is important and may lead us to something which is probably also new, but we are innovating all the time. So why not here again? And there are some. Well, we can discuss this in another moment, probably, but thank you for those proposals because it also makes me think about a few things that we can do to reassure everyone, the stakeholders, but also the board that we are going in the right direction and any possible problems will be immediately identified and addressed as soon as possible. Begoña, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, first of all, nice to see you here again in a very important meeting. I want to insist just in a brief thing, taking into account Luigi's comment on the need to monitor what's happening in the future. This is one of the public interest issues that PIOB identified. In fact, it's the fifth that we list, or the fifth or whatever it is, one of them that we listed as an important thing to take into account. So yeah. I will go back to other details in the future in this week, but this is particularly relevant from our point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Begoña. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much for these very good comments. On outreach, there would be a lot of other things to say, but I think that as we discuss, the important things may come. So let's stop here for this first part of not stop the meeting, but move to the next part of the meeting, which is the concrete discussion of the workstream 1 proposals. And for that, I'm gonna give the floor to Mark. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you. Just while we're putting the slides up, I I hate skiing because it's cold and it's dangerous. And I would draw the analogy of standing at the top of my own personal black run at the moment. But here goes. We sort of look down. Firstly, you know, I would pay huge tribute to the task force and the staff in particular for all of the work that's gone into this. And it's been work in very real time. We've tried to respond to many things in the best way possible. So it has been a very sort of rapid and ongoing process. Thank you also to board members for providing comments in advance, for being willing to give their time to have conversations with us to explain some of the issues that we need to try and address as we've gone through this process. And that's what we've really sought to have done with the proposals that we're putting to you now. In a sense, one of the difficulties is that because we're working at such speed, we get in lots of comments and people ask for the same thing in different ways, and we've had to work out the best way of trying to accommodate those. And I think that sort of does reflect back on the point that Luigi just raised about the monitoring, and also how would you deal with things? Because, you know, trying to deliver this project has moved at an unprecedented pace in terms of standard setting. But we do need to ask ourselves the question, if we found something as a result of the way in which sustainability is implemented in different jurisdictions and what it means, what would the response look like if we recognised we had to do it in 3 months, not 2 years? And those are the sorts of questions that obviously come up and we ask ourselves again and again. So really, I just want to start with a brief introduction on independence considerations regarding the value chain. And, you know, obviously you've heard already from Sylvia and other members of the team about the feedback that we've had and the sorts of things that we've sought to address. The work stream has proposed a set of further revisions to clarify and simplify what we had, and really to try and respond to that challenge of how are you going to make this something that people can adopt and use. So very much responding to that challenge in the public interest framework about global adoption being a key consideration. We also recognise that although getting these proposals to the board is a significant milestone, there's significant investment still to do in implementation support. And in doing that, we'll continue to work closely with the IESBA in the development of joint FAQs and broader implementation material to help with the rollout. So given that value chain is the sort of lightning rod issue, I want to take you through a few steps that we've been working on really in the last week and a half as a way of trying to respond to a lot of the comments that we've received. So firstly, there was a challenge over the independence provisions and how they were structured. And could we do something to make clear in one place, if you were performing assurance at a value chain component as part of a group sustainability assurance engagement, what is it that you want me to do? And so therefore, what we have now done within section 5405 is there is now a single subsection, subsection B, that says if you are carrying out that work, this is what applies in terms of independence provisions. So you've not got to dip around, you've not got to look in multiple places, it is there in one place. Everyone's favourite topic, performing assurance work at. And last week, we were doing a piece of work back at home in the FRC, and one of my teams came to me and he said, there's this reference in this document. It's nothing to do with IESBA, but it said perform assurance work at. I said, do not use the term. I said, it is banned. I said, I can't have it. But we have sought to clarify through application material what we mean by perform assurance work at. And we've also checked to make sure that that aligns with the IESB's proposals and how ISSA 5000 works. And one of the things that I really want to encourage the board to focus on is that many of the requirements that we are looking at are derived from ISSA 5000. That is how you carry out an assurance engagement over sustainability information. What we are doing is we are looking at the independence requirements that apply to the assurance engagement that you would carry out if you use that standard. So one of the things is we are aligning with an approach that they have set out and they have approved. But Ken has volunteered to explain that to you, so he will take the bullet for that one rather than me. Thirdly, there was confusion about how independence applies in the context of a value chain component. We are being very clear that independence in respect of a value chain component is only required by the individual or the firm that is carrying out assurance work at that component. So therefore, in a sense, this aligns very much with the approach in the conceptual framework, but it is only independence in respect of a value chain component where assurance work is being performed. And again, if I can refer back to ISSA 5000, if you apply ISSA 5000, it requires you to identify the components where you propose to carry out assurance work. So therefore, the steering, the directional piece that actually you work out where you are carrying out work and what you are doing is one that is determined by the application of ISSA 5000. So again, we have sought to ensure that we are fully aligned with where the IESBA are. We received a number of questions about the applicability of the PI requirements for independence purposes. You'll remember that we said right from the outset that the status of a group entity where sustainability assurance work is being carried out, its PI status would be determined by its status in an audit of financial statements. However, we are proposing not requiring any of the PI requirements in a value chain component. So effectively, the group entity, if it's a PI, you will use the PI requirements. Does that go down into the value chain? No. So a value chain component will not comply with PI provisions regardless of its status. And we think that that is a significant simplification of the requirements that would then apply in that type of engagement. We've also simplified the approach that a group firm would take where an entity becomes a value chain component in a reporting period. So previously we'd talked about M&A provisions by analogy, how you'd use them. We've simplified those and we'll go into those in slightly more detail later on. And then the other thing, very much building on the discussion that we had at the IFAC SMP group, is if you're going to get people to buy into this change, and also as we've discussed in the opening session of our discussions here, we are looking at things which are moving quite quickly and they're changing quite quickly. So therefore, how do we best do this? And the task force proposes that we should have a 1-year deferral of the effective date of the provisions in respect of value chain components. So the new subsection B that brings all of those things together in section 5405 would have a further year's deferral. So what I would say is that there have been, in addition, a number of very helpful suggestions that we've received about clarification of the text, about simplification of the text, about editorial changes, all of which the team have been addressing. However, I wanted to go through these 6 steps as being substantive things that the work stream has discussed as ways of trying to address the feedback and address the concerns that were expressed to us. And it has been, a significant piece of work to do that. But what we feel now is we have a significantly stripped back approach to assessing independence in a value chain component, remembering, of course, that that is only required where someone is performing assurance work in that value chain component for the purposes of the engagement. Now, the intention is to just go on in a little more detail, but I think possibly, Gabriella, I might just pause and see whether any board members had any questions or comments or views about those 6 bullets.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, I think it's wise to pause here and see if there are any questions or comments. I see David, please.
Thank you, Chair. The question for you, Mark, on the last one, the 1 year of deferral, I'm just reflecting on what Paul said and what Luigi has said, both of which I agree with. I think having some kind of monitoring would be helpful. So my question is more, if we defer, will we actually get the insight that will be helpful to be able to potentially monitor impact and how we might tweak it? That's kind of how have you guys thought through that as a consideration? Thank you.
Thank you, David. And the thinking was that what we don't want to do is launch something that falls over that you then have to effectively pick up. So the idea of the deferral, in a sense, almost aligns with the monitoring proposal, which is the implementation support helps develop scenarios which would pose issues in respect of value chain component independence. So it's not that we wouldn't get any insights. And indeed, we use the example of France because France moved quickly in the European Union context, but we will see other jurisdictions moving as well, and we'll be able to learn from their experience. But what it does do is it allows people an additional year to think about how this challenge is best addressed. And therefore, we thought the additional time would help with that, because we also do appreciate that in a number of jurisdictions, not least in the EU, the full implementation period for sustainability reporting and assurance runs over 4 years. So allowing that extra time allows us to get further into that implementation period and make sure that we learn from it.
Thank you, Mark and David. Luigi, please.
Thank you, Mark, for the description of the process and the explanations you did. I have a couple of comments. The first of all, with respect to all the effort is required for implementing the standard and support implementation, including FAQ or implementation guidance, I am in agreement that they are needed. But on the other end, under a strategic perspective, I think that the code should stand on without these documents or without these implementation guidance that are useful, helpful, need to be prepared. But anyway, the code should be complete and without any gap that may only be understood by referencing to something that it is post-adoption and implementation and deliberation of the board. So in this respect, just to give you a couple of examples why I believe we are not yet there. There are a number of gray boxes in which the task force provided a number of clarifications, and then they will disappear in the final text. And I don't think it is appropriate for these gray boxes or the information included there to be in a FAQ or in an implementation guidance. At minimum, they should stay in the basis for conclusions. The draft basis for conclusion distributed so far are very simple, short, and not fit for purpose under this respect, because they do not include any or most of these clarifications. And I believe that they should be included there. I'm thinking, for example, the one relating to group component, the other relating to performance assurance work at, but there are many of them that should be included, at least at the minimum, in the basis for conclusion. Second comment is with reference to performance assurance work at. You know that it is my preferred one, but the issue is that I noted that I'm pretty sure we will speak about that later during this week, but I noted your updated release of certain scenario in order to make it clear where an entity, a component practitioner, a group assurance firm need to be independent from what. I still have some issues in applying this concept, and sorry, probably it's me. When I read one of your gray boxes, where you stated that, for example, audit work would encompass all aspects of planning and performing group audit, and I am adding, including scoping and the determination of the value chain component where an assurance work need to be done. And so it would be very beneficial in this description of scenario to explain that when there is a component practitioner involved outside or inside the network, the group sustainability assurance firm is not performing assurance work at this component, even when it is determining the component at which audit work is to be performed by someone else.
Thank you, Luigi. On your first point, absolutely agree with you on basis for conclusion, and there is material that we need to add into the basis for conclusion. However, literally work has been ongoing and has been ongoing this weekend, and there are things that we need to take in. So the version that was posted to give you a steer of where we were, there's some additional material to go in it. However, I would also encourage that we bear in mind the fact that we are writing the basis for conclusion that will be read by PAs and non-PAs. And personally, I feel there's a bit of a challenge that if the IESB can write a basis for conclusion and issue it that has 35 pages, we should not be expecting something 3 times the length and 3 times the density. So I hope we can demonstrate that we can move further towards your position, Luigi, with additional material to come in. But equally, I think we've got to try and balance and keep a document that is not all-encompassing. On your second point and the scenarios and the performing assurance work at, in a little bit, I will hand over to Ken and he will go through the slides that cover that specifically. So we will, in turn, come to you and address that point.
Thank you, Mark. Paul, please.
Okay, thank you. I think first and foremost, just starting with an acknowledgement that there is value in proposing a deferral, but I fear all of us who have been involved in rulemaking, until it's law, people don't pay attention to it. So it's just kicking the ball down the road. But it's us being very conscious that we are putting a lot of the other content live, and we are going to be needing to take steps to build kind of monitoring and rapid response capacity around what's already there. So giving ourselves a bit of time is not a bad thing, but we need to make progress. But I think it's imagining that we're buying ourselves an additional year of thought. I don't think that's what people will happen. They won't think about it till it's law. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Sunam, please.
Thank you. In terms of the 1-year deferral, I have mixed views about it. On one hand, I'm wondering if we need deferral for 2 years, given that we have 2-year implementation for effective implementations. On the other hand, if we allow for the deferral, I have questioned whether it will be beneficial to stakeholders to have just 1-year deferral. What about 2 or more or longer? So I'd like to little bit understand whether it's really of help to the stakeholder. So why not a longer period of deferral, for instance, 2 years? So that's my feeling. Thank you.
Okay, Sunam, so if I understood well, your thoughts are about not extending the effective date for 1 year, but for 2 years, right? Okay. Vanya, please.
Thank you. I was trying to understand if it is really necessary to have this kind of deferral, because for the reporting side, the report on the value chain is not mandatory in the first year of application, just beginning the second year. So, and if we consider that it is important for companies to start thinking about reporting on the value chain from the beginning, because they need to build internal controls in order to allow the tracking that will be used in the assurance service. I don't really think that this kind of deferral is really necessary, Mark, because it is already there for the reporting side. And I understand that it is important from the beginning, those who will be reporting to start thinking about the consideration on ethical and assurance for the value chain as well, because the IESBA already conceded first year of deferral on the application. So my worry is about exactly what Paul mentioned. If companies think that they are not required to think about that in the first year, they will build their reporting model just considering that, and you expend even more time and resources in order to implement later the aspects on the value chain. That's just for and anyway, if it is there, the deferral, but allowing for the early application, that might solve the problem. In Brazil, we'll be starting on 2026, and we will have for 2027 the full work, including reasonable assurance. So we definitely need the ethical side to be there in order to be implemented in conjunction with the assurance side.
Thank you, Vanya. I think that we can discuss this further, but it's important not to forget that, well, 2 things that we are trying to get here to a strategic decision. This is if there is a moment for this board to be strategic, it's this one. Try to avoid getting trapped into the technicalities and the imperfections that will be there for sure, but that may allow the standards make their way through, be accepted, and give us a little bit of a relief, like Paul was saying, and also Luigi, ourselves, to see how it goes. And another thing, and I think that Marco can explain this better, the fact that if we were to delay this a little bit, that doesn't mean that the practitioner does not have to comply with the conceptual framework, with other parts of the standard, etc. It's not a free shop for in that situation. There are some parts of the independent standards and ethics as well, which will still apply. But then I think that it can be explained a little bit better. Let's listen to the others, and then we'll see where this goes. Christelle, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So on the VCC, I think we are streamlined in substance to the bone on 3 aspects. The assurance team or the firm that is involved on the work, that's good. The value chain entity perimeter, also very streamlined. And also the data perimeter, that we clarified that for self-review threats, it's really the data that is being subject to assurance and not any what kind of data that you've been working on at a VCC. So this is very good. I think we reached that level. But at this stage, I still have there is still a perception of complexity linked to an apparent repetitive drafting, where you may lose a little bit, where am I? Because it seems to be repeating the sections above. So that's not easy to perceive the different situations that we are addressing. So this is needing some support, monitoring, and accompany. There is still a question on the frontier between assurance work and assurance work at. We are going to go through, if I understand well. And I think this is a subject that will, I agree with Luigi, should be maybe not detailed, but complete in the code. 2, that needs additional monitoring. That needs potentially a great reactivity from our board if adaptation is needed. And maybe it needs also a certain form of self-commitment to that reactivity. We may discuss when we come back to adoption and implementation working group that in its terms of reference, we would commit to have something about that, which would maybe ease things for the perception that we are doing our best now and that we are committed to reactivity to what happens. Regarding the deferred application, I understand, maybe I'm not sure, but I understand that it's Europe that is first in line for VCC burden. It's almost starting now on some aspects. So I think the monitoring could start with this on a targeted way quite soon. In this context, is the deferral on one side intellectually, if we think we are simple and that we are going to support understandability, and we have to be clear in the basis of a conclusion why we think it could be useful for the users to have 1 year more. Is it because we perceive that even if it's simple, there is a lot of preparation? Is it there is a lot of, what is the rationale for that? Otherwise, it's a mix thing, as we are speaking about something that for the moment and maybe for the next 3 years is only going to be the burden of a European zone that is already stuck in there with a lot of pushback, by the way, actually going on publicly.
Thank you, Christelle, for that very constructive intervention. On the last point, let me just say that I think that workstream one has already said that they are still working as we go and as we speak on the basis for conclusion. So that point it's well noted. But at the same time, let me just respond to your topic. If we are saying that we are simple, then why do we? The fact is that the reality is complex. And that's the problem. It's that the underlying reality, it's itself complex. So we are not considering the possibility of a time relief because we say that what we are doing and requiring is per se complex. It's because what we are doing and requiring is a response to a very complex underlying reality, which starts with the reality itself of a group of components and all these things in a new space, but also that ISO 5000, it's also new. So I think that we might even benefit from the experience from ISO 5000 in applying their requirements and their provisions on value chain and see which difficulties or which flaws, we don't know, may arise from that. But this is just to respond to some of your comments, and thank you very much. I think you were very constructive. And Laurie, sorry, you are next to me. I never see your badge.
Yep. So thanks, and thanks for all the work the team has done. I always continue to be amazed as we work through what I consider an extremely difficult standard. And I recognize how much it is to keep getting comments and that they don't always match, right? You have a lot of different views here. So not to complicate things, but just a few comments on this. One, to pick up Luigi's point on performing assurance work, I won't belabor that. I know Ken's going to talk about that, but it's really important, that particular definition. And I do have some concerns about only having it in application material, I think basis of conclusion or in the standard. So please, as you go away, think about that because it is causing anxiety for people. It's more the practicality of it and making sure people get it right. And some confusion about how far does that go? Does it extend even to confirmations, for example? And we can pick that up maybe offline, but I think it's a really important point of view, and people want clarity they can rely on in the standard or at a minimum in the basis of conclusion. The changes around VCC, I'm trying to track all of this. It's moving a lot. I do think, in some sense, what I'm seeing that has taken place Friday, and I have to admit that I really just have skimmed that. So it does simplify. What I would say, and we've talked about this before in the basis for conclusion, having some type of simplified chart. I sent something through on Friday. Have a look at that. It's wrong now in light of what additional stuff you've done. But I think, have a think about that, because reading all the sections is, and I don't say this as a criticism, it's still difficult. And I think somehow having something that people can look at and say, okay, I'm this, here's the little box I'm in, and here's the section number, just is a great signpost. And I think that needs to probably be in the basis and conclusion. And the reason I say that is because also the intent here needs to be clear, so there's no confusion. I do think, because what we're doing in the VCC space, I can sort of see, if we don't have the language exactly right, a regulator saying, why haven't you followed the conceptual framework if this isn't exactly clear? And I think practitioners are worried about that. They want to make sure that they don't have an added obligation of just applying the conceptual framework, because the intent was clear of IESBA in terms of the selections that are made. So I think we have to make sure we provide that clarity. We can pick that up to the side, but I think having that chart and having the intent clearly stated in the basis for conclusion is going to help protect some people who are concerned. I think otherwise what you're going to get is some firms going beyond because they feel at risk on some of the VCC determinations, which are slightly different than pure application of conceptual framework. Mark, does that make sense? Hopefully I'm making sense with that point. The last point I'll make is on the deferral. I think it's helpful. How did we get it 1 year? Is 2, we've used 2 years in the past on other standards for portions. Question, should it be 2 years? Maybe people are gonna laugh at me for saying that, but this VCC provision is the one that is causing the most angst, I think. And so I just lay that out there for discussion and maybe some other views, but should it be 2 years versus 1? That's all, thanks.
Thank you, Laurie. Mark, do you want to respond or should I go to the next comment?
Well, firstly, the diagram that you sent across, very helpful. We've now got to the stage where we recognise that collectively, as a work stream, our ability to provide something that is clear and tabular is beyond us. So therefore, we're now got designers looking at it in a sense of let's have something that is really clear, because we've got the flow charts. The flow charts are helpful, but the intention is that yes, there will be something like that in the basis for conclusions, where if you want to look at something on one page that says, what do I need to follow? You will be able to do that. On your point about the 1 year deferral, I think it's really difficult because, I take the point that Vanya said about, well, the reporting framework has already got a 1 year deferral in, so, this doesn't become an issue. But the more we've talked about it, the more a deferral is about supporting confidence in the rollout of the standard and people feeling that they do have a bit of headspace. Like personally, if I ruled the world, it would be no deferral whatsoever. We'd just get on with it, very much for Paul's reason that you give people space and they say, well, I've got another 11.5 months before I need to do anything. But I do think it is an important thing about trying to build confidence. And when we go beyond this short section, the one thing I do also want to do, really as a reminder for our discussions, is give a reminder of where you are in terms of independence requirements as a result of ISSA 5000, which is also quite important and which does limit some of our options as to where we can go. But no, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia, please.
So, firstly, I want to thank the working group for actually looking at all these comments in real life, and actually some of those suggestions are really pushing us in the right direction. There are 2 things on there that I thought I should lean in on. The first one is the 1 year deferral and 1 year, 2 years. I think we need to get a sense of what we plan to do in that 1 year. Do we have all the information available to us to actually put out implementation guidance, or is there something that the board will have to do after approval? And that will give us a sense of whether the 1 year is sufficient time. Is it just the standard or is it the environment? Will we have to keep abreast of what's happening in the environment, and that the way we structure what we plan to do in that 1 year will be important. The other thing that I thought I should lean on is that this has been a contentious item from exposure draft to now. So I think that looking for leniency in this area, especially since it's a new matter in the environment, will be the right thing to do. But it's not the end, right? There will be a post-implementation review. There would be guidance that will be provided. There will be basis for conclusion. So we shouldn't see this as the last point, but something that we will consider as time goes by.
Thank you. I think that's a really important reminder for us, Sadia, that there is this need for monitoring. There is a recognition that we have to commit to doing a post-implementation review. I'm very happy as long as that starts on or after the 1st of January 2028. But no, I do think there's a need for a very clear commitment to do that, because this is a sector that is moving and developing very, very quickly. And if we try to sit down either as a board or as a work stream and say, what are all of the things that we might have to cover off in the next 3 to 5 years, I think we could take a pretty good informed decision on a number of them. But some of them, I think we will see how the actual rollout works out in different jurisdictions, and it will raise questions for us. So that mechanism that Luigi said, about being able to do something that is responsive and more real time, is probably going to be more and more important.
Thank you. Angie.
Thank you, Chair. And I mean, truly, the work effort of the work stream in this board has just been monumental. And I don't really, it's probably the tip of the iceberg that I don't really know what all has happened. And I wish, and some of these I've discussed before, and I just wish I was more effective last year in terms of my desire for a more simple opening salvo for our ethics construct, because I think what I'm hearing is the world didn't just land with a 300-page code of professional conduct for professional accountants. It started off with fundamental principles and grew as practice developed. And well, anyway, we're beyond that now, but I'm at my core a skeptical auditor. So at my core, text is being changed today. Text is being changed this weekend, in the past week. The work stream met with me and spent a very generous 1 hour. The text changed for the November meeting, for the September meeting. And my point is, friends, is that a lot of text is changing, and I want to make sure I fully understand all the consequences of the different pieces that move around. And as I said, as a skeptical auditor, if I was involving and coaching and consulting with a board of directors about to issue a report, I'd be really concerned about that. The 1-year deferral, I don't think does much for me, because I don't believe the lines are drawn still correctly. I do agree that the text has moved, but I believe that the IEESB gets to decide what they consider to be the appropriate procedures for the auditors, for the SAP to have sufficient audit evidence for purposes of their report and the assurance they're providing. I don't believe that's the dividing point on where we set the independence. I'm concerned with the requirements setting lines, even though those lines have been moved a little bit, as opposed to the requirements for the conceptual framework approach, which, I fully appreciate that there are examples that would be problematic for me, and I don't mean to say otherwise. But anyway, I think carrying out the audit work versus providing assurance I think are where our two boards differ from. And I know I've expressed that in the past, so I'll try not to repeat myself, but I'm going to consider the changes in the text that are happening practically in real time, and to see how I can react to them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Angie. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted just to touch briefly the concept of the deferral. When I read it, when the document was posted on Friday, I didn't identify this provision as a deferral at all, because at the end we are saying that the component practitioner need not to apply the independence under Part 5 from a non-PIE entity, but need to implement the conceptual approach. And basically, my question is, where are the differences? Basically, if we go to independence to non-PIE, there are few differences with respect to conceptual framework. Basically, there are no differences at all with reference to NAS and to close business relationships and so on. There are certain differences. So if we really intend to provide a deferral, it should be a deferral. Otherwise, I don't think it is really relevant. I'm not objecting. I'm not saying I'm in disagreement, but I don't think it will impact significantly the way how this would be implemented.
Thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me echo Andy's first thanks to the work stream. I'm sure what we've heard about the level of effort being put in is only a fraction of the reality, and so I appreciate all the efforts. I wanted to comment on a couple things. In Luigi's first round of comments in this section, he made a point that has been something that I think is important, and that is that we do the best we can that the standard be clear so stakeholders can apply the standard from what's in the standard without having to reference other materials. And I don't think there's very many areas that are open in that regard, but I do think there's a few areas that as we go through it, we can raise and focus and perhaps get there. And I don't think that's going to meaningfully add pages to the document. Secondly, maybe this is coming up and maybe it's a request. We may already have this on the schedule, but I'd like to make sure that we all understand how the flow charts that at least we can match what those conclusions are to the paragraphs that specifically say that in the standard, because that's been one of the clarity issues I've been hearing about from stakeholders. And I will admit, perhaps not everybody has focused as well on the flow charts that actually are very helpful. And then lastly, on the basis for conclusion, I do think there's some very valuable rationale that was developed thoughtfully that is reflected in the gray boxes that we would probably do ourselves well to get into the basis for conclusion. So thank you.
Thank you. We will come back. We are going to come back to the flow charts and the referencing. So that will still be there to cover off. I just want to sort of move on.
Mark, we still have Begonia and Ken.
Well, thank you. This is just a comment and a question about this idea of the deferral. Frankly, I wasn't aware about that when I read the document. But my point is that companies will have to, well, we have to include the value chain information in the sustainability statement. And in the EU, it will happen, well, next year, 25, then 26, 28. So which is the purpose of, I want to understand it, which is the purpose of not having standards for the value chain components if you postpone allow for the delay of a 1 year delay. So if companies include this information, but there are no standards on independence on this type of information of the practitioners, particularly the accountants practitioners and the non-accounting practitioners. So how is that going to be implemented in the real life if they don't need to apply the standards because you heard about for the deferral, which is the gain of this? I don't understand really why you want to have the deferral. Thank you. From a public interest perspective, I don't really understand the advantage of that. I would like to understand it. Thank you.
Mark, do you want to respond or do you want me to respond?
Well, only to sort of re-emphasize this point about it's about how we give people an opportunity to realize what is expected of them. I do have a sympathy for your point, because basically how you operationalize something for the purpose of a sustainability engagement, how you do it in year one is how you'll carry on doing it. So in a sense, there is a potential sort of distracting issue there. But I do think it is one of the things where practically we've had a lot of feedback that this is going to be something that people are going to struggle with in implementing it. And therefore, the idea of providing some additional time was one way of recognizing that and making sure that you've got something that is operable. If we implemented all of the requirements immediately, some people have expressed concerns to us that people won't engage in that in the market because they'll be concerned about their ability to comply with it. So that's drawn it. But I think, you know, it is still a very live consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Chana, please.
Yeah, just addressing the deferral. Also, another aspect is like, for example, in Australia, there's a phased approach. So the group 1 entities start in 1st January 2025, group 2 1st July 2026. So like that, there's a phased approach. And so the like the deferral allows those entities to come in over time. And to Vanya's point, you know, the reporting framework has already allowed for 1 year. So in a sense, by allowing the 1 year, we are sort of following some precedents. With early adoption permitted, people can still early adopt if they want to. So it creates enough flexibility in the system, and as Mark says, encourages people to adopt it. So I think it's in the public interest that we encourage people to adopt it rather than creating an impediment that might make them fall over.
Yeah, Chana. Vanya, please.
Just for clarification, I really don't think that this another year of deferral is necessary, but I'm supportive on that if you believe that will allow for companies and for people to be more open to the standard. As long as the standard is already there, those who want to anticipate will be able to do so. So I'm not against Mark. I still think that it is not necessary, but everything that you think might help to stimulate adoption is pretty much welcome.
Yeah, right, Vanya. Paul, please.
Thanks, Chair. If anything, it's a question. When we talk about kind of encouraging early adoption, how exactly do we do that? Because I think where there's some kind of incentive, the first movers will start giving us necessary constructive feedback. But if we don't have a way to actually make the move, my fear is if they have a deferral, no one applies themselves for that first year. So I just want to understand how we do that. Sorry, thanks.
You make a good point, Paul. I think actually, and I keep tripping over this all the time, the wording should be allowing for early adoption, not encouraging for early adoption, because you don't have any way of encouraging early adoption unless a jurisdiction requires you to do it. So it's a helpful challenge. We shouldn't be saying encouraging. We should be saying allowing.
Thank you, Mark and Paul. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just on this matter that Paul raised about encouraging versus allowed. In fact, we already allow in the wording of the early adoption provision, because it says early adoption is permitted and encouraged. So it is first of all allowed, it is permitted, but you're encouraged to early adopt. I just want to come back on this question that just coming back to the board in this conversation about what is the purpose of the 1 year deferral? Right, so maybe if I could ask Sylvia to flip through 2 slides forward to the provision in ISA 5000. Yes, this one. So the 1 year deferral is linked to this provision, and I'll explain why. It is not about understanding the application of the value chain component provisions. This is not, I want to be very clear, the 1 year deferral is not about understanding how firms are applying the value chain component provisions, because if they are not effective yet, firms would not have applied them anyway. What the 1 year deferral is intended to do is to allow the market and to allow the board to understand how the IESBA's assurance standard is being applied and implemented in practice. And in particular, what A19 is saying in ISA 5000, which is that in limited circumstances, in those limited circumstances where the group firm is directing, supervising, and reviewing the work of another firm, a component practitioner that's carrying out the work at the value chain component, that essentially the group firm is going to be using that work for purposes of gathering evidence in order to support the assurance opinion. So the one-year deferral is intended to enable the board to understand how often are these engagements being carried out in those so-called limited circumstances, because the concern that stakeholders have been conveying and that we've been hearing is that, well, are we really going to be dealing with hundreds and hundreds of those changes, hundreds of those engagements at the value chain component in one reporting cycle? And if that is the case, are these really limited circumstances? And in such a case, is it going to be practicable for a firm to comply with the value chain component provisions? We don't know yet because those engagements have not yet started, right? They're going to be starting on a sort of on an early basis in the European Union, as we know, with the implementation of CSRD. So we will start to gather information and understand how those engagements are being performed. Importantly, ISA 5000 itself might be early adopted because it doesn't come into effect until December 2026. But until then, the board is really working on the basis of what is in ISA 5000, and that is that the IWSB's view, which is very clearly communicated and that has been explained to us as well in our coordination by IWSB, that it is going to be in limited circumstances when the reporting entity is the one that has access to, let's say it's a supplier, it is able to work with the supplier's management to enable full and unfettered access to the value chain information and to the firm that is carrying out the assurance work at the value chain component. And one can, I suppose, make some assumptions. How often would an entity be able to have direct, let's say, control of a supplier? Probably not too many of those, one would imagine, because if that's the case, I mean, it's probably going to be a vertically integrated operation, a vertically integrated sort of industrial complex, whereby the reporting entity is able to control the supplier in its value chain, right? It is in that context, and that's what A19 is saying on the screen here, that it is the reporting entity that has a direct business relationship with the supplier that allows management to arrange for the practitioner, meaning the reporting firm, to obtain access to information or to obtain access to the firm that's carrying out the work, right? So the one-year deferral is really intended to help this board and the market as well understand how often are those engagements being carried out in practice, how often is the reporting firm being able to plan the engagement, to plan to be involved in the work at the value chain component. And if those circumstances are going to be much, much more than just those limited circumstances, then yes, maybe there's a question for this board to understand, are those provisions going to really create implementation issues in practice beyond what one would expect, as part of the planning process, right? And then the question is 1 year going to be sufficient, or should the board allow 2-year deferral for purposes of gathering more of that information to enable that level of comfort to be obtained, that those provisions, as they're being proposed now, are in fact not asking for the whole world, but they actually are things that firms can plan as part of their regular engagements, as they would do in any event in relation to group components, by the way, not just in relation to value chain components, right? So it's how often are we looking at in terms of those engagements. So I just want to make sure that this is clear to everybody, that this is what we're looking at. It's not about giving an extra year for firms to apply those provisions, but it is giving the board and it is giving the market an extra year to understand how the practice is going to evolve, and therefore how practicable those provisions are going to be working out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Luigi, do you still want to speak? Yes, very quickly, please.
And then I will try to stay silent, but I will
No,
only try.
we don't want you to stay silent. I was just looking at the time and asking everyone now to be short.
No, and thank you, Ken, for explaining the reason, because frankly, I didn't understand which was the rationale behind this deferral. That, as I mentioned to you, I don't see really as a deferral for the reason I already explained. And if considering what you are saying, I think we should be very clear in our documents that the reason why we are proposing this one, which is not to grant a deferral to the user, but it is to grant the possibility for the board to monitor, let me use this word, or to do something in this space. And I don't think it is just a matter of this paragraph. As I mentioned before, we have a number of situations where we are writing requirement on the basis of we assume it would be the future, but we don't know whether it would be in this way or different. Let's take, for example, another example to explain. Let's take, for example, 5406 as reference to the value chain component. We are saying that the group sustainability assurance firm is responsible to be satisfied that the independence confirmation released by the value chain component practitioner comply with PAR 5. But we know so far that if a non-professional accountant is involved and this non-professional accountant is not following the code, it would be very difficult to get this situation, because we will receive probably confirmation of compliance with engineer code of conduct, which is not long, 300 pages, so it will not satisfy at all. And so basically, the reality could be such, or the reality could be different. Maybe all the confirmation would be released by professional accountant following PAR 5, but we don't know. So if we are thinking at a way to delay the implementation of the value chain component requirement, and I don't disagree with that, we need to be clear on the purpose. And second, I don't think it is appropriate to ask compliance with the conceptual framework, because there are no differences, or let's say there are few differences with respect to complying with PAR 5 for non-PI.
Thank you, Luigi. And finally, David.
Thank you, Chair. I echo Luigi's feedback. I think including that explanation that you gave, Ken, is really helpful, because I didn't pick that up either when I read through the draft. But one question did come to mind for me when you were explaining it. What we're doing, as we know, is agnostic. We're standard agnostic. So I'm wondering, with respect to the year, given that we've really attached it to the ISO 5000 A19, is there any other standard we need to consider beyond ISA where this potentially might have an unintended consequence? That was the thought that was going through my mind when you were sharing that.
Well, ISA 5000 is a state-of-the-art, David, is what I would say. I'm not aware that there are other standard setters that are more advanced. And in fact, as in our conversations with the International Accreditation Forum, they have signaled already that they would like to adopt ISA 5000 as the assurance standard that would apply to the non-PAs. So it is a state of the art. But yes, I mean, the board is not developing standards that are literally linked or anchored to IWSB standards. Those standards are intended indeed to be framework neutral, but we have to work with their reality as to how those engagements are going to be carried out in practice. And the standard that would apply to those engagements are going to be essentially by and large ISA 5000.
Thank you very much, Ken. Well, before we break, and we are getting really late, let me just, on my side, try to react to some comments and give additional thoughts on this possible delay or time relief for these provisions on value chain. Begonia, to your question, why? And I think that much has been said. but what we are trying to get is something which is acceptable and adoptable tomorrow, if I may say so. But this takes us to, Mark was saying, if I rule the world, this would be applicable everything tomorrow. I think that we all agree on that. It's not possible not to agree. But this is a way of trying to make a compromise between having a way of having the standards adoptable, even if not at 100%, rather than opening the door for options not to adopt the standards because of less than 10% of it. I was looking at the revised text, which is 300 pages, and what we are speaking about is something like 10 pages of the standards. So I really want to call this board not to miss the forest for the tree. We are speaking about approving a big pack of standards, which are absolutely necessary to complete the infrastructure of the sustainability reporting, sustainability assurance standards, and etc. And we can't fail. This is a matter of a little bit of pragmatism, but of being strategic as well, is to understand that we can't get everything right on the first moment. This was, since the start, an agreement. This is what we have been telling our stakeholders, and our stakeholders have been telling us. By the way, some stakeholders demonstrated some interest in a possible time relief. So it's nothing that we haven't considered with some of them in this search of the best position closer to the perfection. Now you're saying that, well, what's the sense of having value chain reports on value chain without the necessary independent standard? This is intellectually and logically we can't challenge that question and that position. Now, Ken has explained that it's not there would not be a complete void of an ethical and independence framework. There will be something, and the fact that it allows ourselves, like Luigi said, I'm not saying that, and I'm not sure that it was going only to be for ourselves. I think in some sense it's also for the users, but it would really allow us some space, some time to understand how the reality works, to collect data about the reality, and to put in place, if we agree on that, some kind of monitoring mechanism since day one to understand what, if necessary, how we need to react, when we need to react, and all these things. So this is about understanding our own limits and the limits of the users, and trying to see what is possible to do to have 80% of perfection and the standards still being accepted, or hampering in some cases to have an ethical framework. So I think that we will continue this discussion, and a good break will allow us to digest and process these new proposals and some perplexities eventually. But I hope that we will overcome all this after a good cup of coffee. So we will break now. I'm gonna cut break a little bit, and suggest, Ken, if you agree, 11:45. Okay, 45 past the hour, we will reconvene. Thank you very much, and see you very soon. So welcome back. Thank you for being timely. We are now going to continue the discussion on the proposals from Workstream 1. And as promised and very much expected, like it was mentioned many times that Ken was going to explain a few things. So over to you, Ken. Very expected intervention.
Thank you. Well, it's going to be between me and Sylvia, so just the two of us for the next few slides. Yeah. So just on this one, so just want to explain this concept of independence with respect to component practitioners who are carrying out assurance work at the value chain component. Because there have been, at least we've heard some comments that when component practitioners are carrying out, performing assurance work at the value chain component, there might not need to be any independence requirements, or there shouldn't be any such independence requirements, because at the end of the day, it is information that is being reported by the reporting entity or group management. The important thing to understand from the assurance perspective is what is stated in ISA 5000. It is that when a component practitioner is performing the assurance work at a component, that practitioner, in other words, individuals who are carrying out the work, are part of the engagement team. And they are fully subject to the direction, supervision, and review of the group firm. That is no different from any other component practitioners who are involved in the group engagement, including if you're carrying out work at a group component. Those component practitioners are by definition subject to direction, supervision, and review of the group engagement team or the group firm. And the group firm itself is fully involved in directing, supervising, and reviewing the work being performed by those component practitioners. And that is why that is essentially the underpinning or the basis for the independence provisions that are going to be applicable to the component practitioners, right? So it is not just because the work is being performed at a value chain component that we're saying there's no need for independence, right? Every component practitioner who is involved in the group assurance engagement, whether they're performing work at a group component or at a value chain component, they are considered part of the engagement team. They are all subject to direction, supervision, and review of the group firm. So that's an important principle to bear in mind. And then I'll turn it over to Sylvia to just take us through the guidance that Workstream has put in.
Thank you. Yes, so we just want to talk about these famous guidance regarding performing assurance work at a component. And we introduced, or we presented this guidance to the board at the November meeting. And it's really, the purpose was to help the scoping of the independence requirements that apply when the group firm or a component practitioner performs assurance work at a component. And as we mentioned, really one of the objectives was that to keep the alignment with the guidance that was developed as part of the ETJ project that determines the performing audit work at a component. So we believe it's really important that we be consistent what we have in Part 4A and Part 4B. And as you can see on the leading of this guidance for paragraph 5405.2A3, it's really, we explain that the assurance work is really when the group firm or the component practitioner aim to obtain evidence for the purposes of the group sustainability assurance engagement, and also when the assurance work is necessary to perform procedures on the underlying data and information maintained by the component. And this is one of the key elements, that the information is maintained by the component and that form part of the component sustainability information. So that was the proposal we had in November. And we heard comments from the board and other stakeholders that probably we need a bit more. It would be really useful to have a couple of examples that what would it mean in the practice. And hearing these comments, we worked closely with IESBA how to develop this. So what you can see on the screen and these updated guidance was developed in coordination with IESBA and benefit the input from IESBA staff. And also we worked together with board members who provided input to see that the development would respond to their concerns. So what you can see on the first bullet point is really explaining that if the assurance work is performed, or the assurance procedures are carried out by the component firm at the value chain component, and the information is maintained or otherwise available at the group level, we do not require the independence of the group firm. So this is one of the issue that is also in line with the previous guidance that if the information is maintained at the group level or the group firm has otherwise available, there is no independence requirement. The second bullet point is really explaining the situation that can refer to that in limited circumstances where component practitioners perform assurance work with respect to the value chain component, then basically the assurance procedure is carried out by the component at the level of information maintained at the component level, that there are independence requirements available with respect to the work of the component practitioner. So that's the scenario addressed in the second point. And in addition to that, we also added a couple of clarification, not in the guidance, but in the actual independence requirements applicable to the component practitioner's work. So that is applicable in the second scenario, that if it's the component practitioner who performs the assurance work at the component, we do not require the group firm to be independent as well from that component practitioner. So these are new developments or updates that we added in the version that was circulated to you on Friday. So I just wanted to emphasize that this is also an important element of this guidance, that we provide some further help guidance or application material, that what are those situations when the group firm is not subject to independence requirements. And I think I would just pause here because Ken would provide some examples or illustrative examples that how this guidance would work in practice in the specific scenarios.
Luigi, I don't know if you wanted to come in on this one.
No, sorry, but I get this point, but still I'm wondering where I am able to read that the scoping and planning activity does not mean performing assurance work at. I'm still concerned that there are no places in the code where we can say that if the work is performed at a component, the group sustainability assurance firm that perform the planning and the scoping, determine the component, is not to be required to be independent. Because so far we are still using the terms perform assurance work at in all cases, while probably it would be simple to use the concept of use the work of a component practitioner, because it would be very clear that in this case, the planning and scoping is not there. I don't know whether it was clear.
Thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
Yes, this section, the lead-in paragraph, underneath this in the document posted is a gray box. It refers to the auditing standards, and that using the assurance work at, as it's described in that, includes the concept of planning your engagement, which would include determining what locations or entities are in scope for purposes of having sufficient coverage. And my understanding from the way we have just talked about this before and what was in the gray box is we're not intending that the group sustainability assurance firm be independent of every value chain entity simply because they have to decide which ones are in scope or not. And I think I agree with that, but I think we need to get that clear words in the standard to explain that. Thank you.
Maybe I'll respond on this issue of planning and scoping of value chain components in the work that's the group firm, let's say, would determine would be necessary for purposes of gathering evidence in support of the assurance report. I think the key principle here that Workstream 1 has laid out in this application material paragraph is whether the work that's being performed is work that's being carried out on the underlying data or information maintained by the component. That is a key principle, and that's essentially how the work that's being performed ought to be measured against. That's a clear benchmark as to whether the independence provisions will be applicable or not. So when let's say you take the concept of planning the procedures, and I don't want this to be a lesson on the assurance engagement, but if the planning is done in such a way that it doesn't need to access the underlying data or information maintained by the component, essentially what the provision is saying or what the guidance is saying is the group firm does not need to be independent of the value chain component. So that is a matter that only the group firm is going to be able to ascertain as it's carrying out the work and it's doing the planning. In most cases, one probably can assume that the planning that will be done at the group level doesn't need to go into the component practice, the value chain component in terms of accessing all the detailed records, information maintained by the value chain component. That's essentially how it's normally done as part of an audit engagement. In a way, it's done at the high level, at the group level, without having to send in your teams already to start to open up the books and records of the particular component. So I just want to make sure that this is clear to everybody on the board here, that this is a principle as to how to draw the line between whether assurance work is being performed at the value chain component or not.
Thank you very much, Ken. Luigi?
No, and thank you, Ken, because these clarify to me this concept. But the issue is that it is not written here. It is heard from you at this meeting, and I understand it. So I will provide my people with clear instructions, but I am just me. So I need to, I would urge the task force to write in a clear way the principle that you stated in the code in order for everyone, every stakeholder to clearly have this understanding. Otherwise, the application would not be consistent, homogeneous across jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. Briefly, Ken, I also agree with what you described, and I believe that's where the task force has been for a while. I agree 100% with Luigi. We have to get the words in here to make it clear, because I don't think it's clear to stakeholders who've been weighing in various ways. It's just, we want the standard, that to be unequivocal, I think, personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Angie, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. And perhaps this will be the last time I'll mention it, because I know I've mentioned it before, but I think the dividing line as to who does the work and where the evidence is maintained as the dividing point of our independence footprint is not the way of looking at it. It's what are the assertions that the sustainability assurance practitioner is providing assurance on. And it seems to be an arbitrary dividing line. If the underlying evidence is going to be over here, we need to be independent of it. If the underlying evidence is over here, we don't need to be independent of it, yet the sustainability assurance report looks the same and the assertions being made are the same. So I continue to be troubled by the dividing point as to the who and the where, as opposed to the what is being assured. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Andy. Laurie, please.
Thanks. I'm just gonna, not to beat this to death, but agree with both Luigi and Rich, and this is the point I had made earlier, and Ken, I think this really teases that point out about being clear in the language so that people understand, A, what they need to do, that they can rely on that if it ever comes up, but also the consistent application point, which I think is really important. Because if we have a lot of practitioners doing a lot of different things, that's also not where we want to be. And not everybody is going to read through and figure out, Ken, you know the code, absolutely every little detail of it. But I think clearly practitioners don't, they're not going to look and find that and land at the same spot. So I would take that principle and as we go through and look at everything and make sure that we're providing that clarity as much as we can directly in the code, because this is really complex. So that's it.
Thank you, Laurie, for reinforcing the message. Rania, please.
I just wanted to say that I think Ken's point stands out very clearly in the two bullets. Perhaps just to clarify, perhaps you can just eliminate the phrase, for example. So this means that if they are, because it says very clearly, the first bullet is very clear, if assurance work is performed or assurance procedures on the data or information. So if you just take out the for example, that scopes out any other potential instances that's such as what Luigi is mentioning. So yeah, that's just.
Thank you, Rania. Rich, do you still want to come in? Okay, thank you very much. So Ken, Sylvia?
Okay, so I'll just speak to the next two slides, which are intended really to illustrate the application of this new application material paragraph A3, and in what circumstances, essentially, the firm that is carrying out the assurance work at the value chain component would be scoped in for purposes of independence with respect to that component, with respect to that value chain component. So the first scenario here is it is a reporting firm that is performing the assurance work at the value chain component. So in other words, it's a group firm and it's sending in its team to the value chain component, wherever it might be along the value chain. And that assurance work essentially involves a full-blown assurance engagement with all the sort of risk assessment procedures, the further procedures in response to the identified and assessed risks and so forth. And the engagement team of the group firm is going in and inspecting, observing, and doing all the other necessary assurance procedures on the underlying records, data, records, information maintained by the value chain component. And what the provisions that Workstream 1 has proposed is that the reporting firm needs to be independent of the value chain component, right? So you are doing the work down there. You own the work that's being performed. You are accountable to the evidence that you've gathered. You need to be independent. Is that clear to everybody? Okay. On the second scenario, it's a component practitioner that is the one that's carrying out the assurance work at the value chain component. So in this case, the group firm has determined that it can be sufficiently and appropriately involved, to use a terminology that's in ISA 5000, and that it can direct, supervise, and review the component practitioner in performing the assurance work at the value chain component. It might be that it's a different firm, or it might indeed be another firm within the group firm's network, but it is a component practitioner nonetheless, because it is another firm that's carrying out the assurance work. There again, it's the same situation. It's the component practitioner that is going in and doing all the assurance procedures on the underlying data, records, information, management at the value chain component, etc., to gather sufficient appropriate evidence on the value chain components information for purposes of supporting the assurance report that the group firm will be issuing on the totality of the information. And there again, it is a component practitioner that is carrying out the work. And what the provisions essentially say is that the component practitioner needs to be independent of that value chain component in accordance with the provisions of Part 5, and we can go into the detailed provisions later on. In the third scenario, it is a reporting firm that is performing the assurance work on the value chain information provided by the client. So it is not information that is provided by the value chain component itself, but it is provided by the client. So in other words, the work is being done at the group level, if you will, and that could for example, happen in two different cases. It may be that the client has built the system and the process to collect the information from the value chain component and is able to carry out all the necessary assurance procedures on that information. In this case, the provisions say, or Part 5 will say that the group firm does not need to be independent of the value chain component, all right? Because the group firm is not going in to inspect, to review, to inquire, etc., on the underlying data or information maintained by the value chain component. In the second case, it could be that the client itself is able to develop some estimates of value chain information, perhaps some scope re-emissions, whatever it might be, but using third-party sources, in other words, information that's not provided by the value chain component. And that work is done at the group level again. It's on estimates that are developed by the group entity, the reporting entity, and the group firm is able to gather the necessary evidence for purposes of the assurance report. And there, it's the same situation again. The group firm does not need to be independent of the value chain component. Sylvia, if you could move to the next slide. Confirmation procedures. Now, there have been some confusion as to the implications of confirmation procedures in relation to value chain components, and it's kind of worth going through the different scenarios when confirmation procedures are used in the context of a sustainability assurance engagement involving a value chain component. So there are essentially three different scenarios when it comes to confirmation procedures. In the first scenario, the reporting firm is the one that sends the confirmation request to the value chain component. And the purpose of sending that request is to confirm value chain information in the client's records. So this is information that's maintained in the client's systems and records, and which the client is responsible to provide to the firm. In other words, the value chain component is not the one that's providing the information, it is the client. In this situation, under the IESBA, the reporting firm does not need to be independent of the value chain component, because the reporting firm is doing the work at the level of the group that is reporting. And it's information that is maintained by the client's records, right? It's not a matter of, or a case of the reporting firm going into the underlying records maintained by the component. In the second scenario, the reporting firm sends the confirmation request to a third party to confirm information maintained by the value chain component that is in the value chain component's underlying records, etc., and which the value chain component is responsible to provide to the firm. And what this is illustrating is that it is a case of the reporting firm performing the assurance work at the value chain component. It is gathering evidence on information that is maintained by the value chain component, and that information is sitting in the value chain component's records. In this case, the reporting firm needs to be independent of the value chain component. In the last scenario, it is the reporting firm that is sending a confirmation request to a value chain component, asking for information or for confirmation of information from the value chain component about some data, some information that is maintained in the value chain component's records. And what this is about, and that's made very clear in ISA 5000, it is that this is not an assurance procedure at all. It is simply a request for information. You're simply asking the value chain component to tell you a piece of information that they have. There's no work that you're doing on it, right? It is essentially the value chain component is a source of information. In this case, clearly because it's not an assurance procedure, there's no independence requirement. So that is really quite important to understand because there have been confusion about drawing analogies to confirmation requests to banks and debtors that are normally done in the context of audits of financial statements. And there's been this concern that In those situations, in audits, there's no requirement for the firm to be independent of the banks or the debtors. And why is this not the same when it comes to the value chain component? And as you can see here, there are different scenarios that need to be taken into account, and there needs to be clarity as to who's actually doing the work on the underlying information.
Thank you very much, Ken. And let's now listen to our board members. Andy, please. Sorry.
Thank you for that, Ken. And I do have a question about the first slide, but I want to stick on this one since we're talking about it. Which one of these bullet points, Ken, do you believe represents an account receivable confirmation on a regular audit?
It would be the second one.
And so the second bullet point.
Oh, sorry. It's no. So it's confirmation on an account receivable.
On a regular, yes.
Well, it would be. Just see here. Yes, it is. It is the second one.
But I thought you said if the second one was in existence for a sustainability assurance, the reporting entity would need to be independent of that customer or supplier. And in an audit, you don't need to be independent of that customer or supplier.
Yes. What this is saying is a reporting firm, the second bullet point, this reporting firm does not need to be independent of the third party, not of the value chain component.
But the third party in an accounts receivable confirmation is the customer. And the customer, and you're not asking to, I quite frankly, I've never heard of a confirmation that asks anyone to confirm what's on the client's records, the first bullet point. A confirmation is saying, our records show this. What do your records show? Our records show an account receivable. What does your accounts payable show? So that's what a confirmation is. So that part I'm a little confused about. But really my first question, if we could go back the slide before this, because you had asked if we understood it, and I did understand what you were saying, but I didn't understand you were illustrating the examples. I thought I heard you saying in points 1 and 2 that represents a full-blown assurance engagement where there is a risk assessment and et cetera, et cetera. Is that what I understand points, items 1 and 2 to be? Because I thought that's what I heard.
Yes, it is. It is whatever the reporting firm or the component practitioner would determine would be the necessary assurance work to gather evidence for purposes of the group assurance report. And the assurance work doesn't include only responses to identified risk. The assurance work includes risk assessment procedures on the underlying information in order to support the evidence gathering procedures.
Yeah, but I think it could just be a very limited amount of evidence that the group assurance firm decides is needed for complying with the IEESB standards. I mean, I've been putting forth the proposition that I think item 3 is really the normal case situation. And it's really the reporting entity responsibility for everything in whatever column it comes from. And IESBA statement 1 and statement 2 refer to the records of the reporting entity, and the information could be internally sourced or externally sourced, but still the reporting entity is the one responsible. So that's my fundamental disagreement, that I think clearly, if we're dealing with a separate engagement where someone's reporting on the assurance of a value chain, I will not ask anyone to say that they should be independent of those assurances. But I think really the engagement that we're describing is number 3. So I didn't understand the text of our proposal to be assurance work requires necessarily a full-blown engagement at that value chain, as much as it could be a single case of obtaining evidence at the value chain entity.
Yes, and I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I said. When I said full-blown, I did not mean a full scope assurance engagement on the entirety of the value chain component, regardless of whether the information is being reported or not. It is on the information that is being reported that the assurance work is being performed on.
But it could just be a single procedure.
Correct.
It could just be going and looking at a meter at that customer.
Whatever the assurance work is determined to be necessary is what we're looking at.
And
Yes.
And that's fine. I just
Yes.
wanted to understand. I thought you put
Yes.
in the record that what we're dealing with, I thought I heard, was items 1 and 2 that our standard deals with full-blown, full scope audits. And I don't think it does cover that.
Again, we cannot assume that those engagements or those procedures are going to be limited to just one item, right? Because it depends on what information is being reported.
And that's exactly my entire point. And I think the assurance procedure performs is up to the auditor to decide what they want to do and how they do it. And that's different footprint than who they need to be independent from. But I just wanted to clarify that it could be the reporting firm performs a single procedure at that customer or supplier, that would trigger the independence by that firm.
Yes, and I would really encourage the board not to second guess how the assurance work is going to be performed, because again, it's for this assurance standard to essentially lay out what needs to be done, and it's for the group firm to determine to what extent it needs to be involved, sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work of the component practitioner in directing, supervising, and reviewing that work. And that can be range from anywhere, like you say, Andy. It can be just on one line item, or it could be on a range of matters for which evidence needs to be gathered.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that clarification. I must have been confusing. I'm not second guessing the assurance work. I'm saying that's up to the IESBA and the assurance provider to perform. I'm saying that the independence consideration deals with what the reporting entity is reporting, and clearly the assurance firm needs to be independent of those assertions. So no, that's up to them to determine. We determine who we have to be independent from.
Thank you, Andy. Laurie, please.
Thanks. On the confirmation discussion, I don't want to go through that in great detail. The question I have is, it's slightly complicated. How are we going to get that clarity? Is it going to be in the standard? Is it going to be in the guidance? Is it going to be in?
Well, certainly those scenarios can go into the FAQs. I think the important point to take away from those scenarios is the principle that they are speaking to. And that principle is, are you, as the reporting firm or the component practitioner who's performing the assurance work, are you going in to carry out the work on the underlying data or information maintained by the component? And once you understand this, you can figure out whichever type of a procedure you're performing, whether you're actually performing the assurance work at the value chain component, and therefore you need to be independent of the value chain component.
So I would recommend that we get some very specific examples to help people think through this, because even though I know we think that that's what will happen with the principle, I think just even the discussion around this table shows that it's challenging, and I've heard the confirmation issue come up quite a few times in the background. So it's something that there's anxiety about. What does it mean? And I think if we can help, that would be great.
Thank you, Laurie. Christelle, please.
Thank you. I'm still struggling with that confirmation threshold. First, the reporting firm here, it's the client reporting entity, yeah? Okay, it's not the firm assurance firm. Okay, so the reporting entity is sending a confirmation request to the VCC to confirm VCC information in client's records. As Andy said, a VCC is going to confirm his record, not yours, not the client's. But normally, you ask for a confirmation about something that is mirroring, okay? For banks, for customers, etc. So for me, banks, customers, etc. are for the first type of confirmation. the second type of confirmation that you're presenting here, I would like to hear from you what is a third party? Is it an assurance practitioner, an expert, somebody who's holding the records of a VCC because the VCC has, how do you call that? Yeah, has organized itself to have somebody asking to all those questions and not being burdened by that. I don't know. In that case, it's the third party eventually that should be independent, but it's not the assurance company working because it's not involved in there. Okay. So I do not agree that, and it's not the reporting firm that should be independent, but the assurance firm. Okay. So I do not understand why this third party acting for and on behalf of a VCC would be different from the first one. I need to understand more. And the last one for me is double counting with the first one, because a VCC is never going to say I understand your records as a client. And I can answer that your record is all right. By the way, in most situations, the client's records are going to be a collection of flows, an additional flows, etc. While the VCC maybe doesn't have any obligation to maintain such a record. Okay. So it would confirm a flow or a sum of flows. And this would be the question that I was saying, it's mirroring, so comparable to clients and banks. So I'm still mixed up with that.
Yeah. Just to reiterate again, those examples of confirmation procedures are intended for the purpose of explaining which one of those are assurance procedures. So the last one, Christelle, which is the one you were just speaking about, it's not for this board to be saying whether this is an assurance procedure or not. This is already in ISA 5000. It is in paragraph 8 to 90 if you wanted to take a look at it. And what IESBA has said is this is not an assurance procedure because on its own, it does not provide sufficient appropriate evidence about the value chain components information. So what ISA 5000 says that in that circumstance, if you have obtained information from that value chain component, you as the practitioner, you need to do more work to make sure you have sufficient appropriate evidence about this information. So it is not assurance work, and therefore there's no independence requirement insofar as Part 5 is concerned.
Does it mean that the banks and value chain supplier confirmation that we have in audit is not an audit procedure? It might be something in a lot of other procedures, but it is one of them.
No, it is different. Oh. Christelle, again, we have to understand what is being confirmed here. It is information that is in the client's records. In a bank confirmation, yes, the auditor goes through the client in sending the request to the bank, but it is to confirm information that is in the client's record because that's what the audit is about. It is about evidence on the client's information that's being reported to investors and so forth.
But I understand, we agree with Andy that we're not asking about the records of the client. The bank is never going to confirm the bank account of a client because you register, it's your responsibility as a reporting entity, yeah? And what you ask for confirmation is what is my position in your accounts as a bank. And then I have to compare because we know that we have bank reconciliation burden, right? And so there is a lot in between. But what I ask is not what is my account in my accounting records. It's asking to the bank what is my account in your accounting position. So it's mirroring. So it's for me, it's in the VCC records. Then you have a lot more, and it's maybe what ISA is saying is it's not enough to have what is the mirror. You have to access to the reconciliation. Yes, you have to access to how this was formed and how you are going to add procedures. This I understand. So as a step alone, it's not enough to be decisive, yeah, in your opinion. This I agree, and we have no problem with that. But now, when it comes to the independence, I think the question about confirmation, there's no way that you have an independence issue when you ask for a confirmation of something that is a mirror. There is an independence when you add procedure, and you need to be independent when you have these procedure, depending on where you, on what. So if then you go back to the reconciliation of your client between his position in his books and the position given by the mirror, that's additional procedure. You need to be independent from where you do that. Generally the client. If by exception, you need to do intrusive work at the VCC, we agree, okay, that we go back. Now, Andy was asking, well, if you just have a look at a meter, do you really have to have a whole bunch of people in a firm, in an audit firm, in an assurance firm, to be independent of a VCC because you go on a site having a look at physical look at a meter? This, I would question if it's not, you know, the bombers on the mosquito. But so the frontier is still not clear for me, and the effect is potentially a problem. I understand all what we said about progression and learning and adapting, etc. But if we are not clear at the beginning of what is the point here, I think we are going to have difficulties in making ourselves understood outside.
Thank you, Christelle. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. I have two type of comments with respect to this slide. One is of logical consecution. Sorry, I don't know whether I used the right wording. But basically, the second example, I don't think it is necessarily true or false because it lacks of details. Because if the confirmation is performed to confirm information provided by the value chain component, but we are still, the group sustainability assurance firm is still working with the records maintained at the group, I don't think there is a need to be independent at all, because we are exactly in the scenario you explained before. If the confirmation, the same confirmation, is required when the group sustainability assurance firm decided to carry out assurance procedure, I'm avoiding perform assurance work at until when it is clear. So the group sustainability assurance firm decided to carry out assurance procedure at the value chain component, and one of which is the confirmation. I tend to agree, but the issue is not the confirmation. The issue is the decision to carry out directly assurance procedure at the value chain component. Maybe a confirmation, maybe something else. So I think that this example, if it is to become a guidance or something like that, need to be clarified on this point. Otherwise, I got lost until when I started thinking in this way. Maybe I'm still wrong, but this is the way I understand the things. The second comment is that I think that the concept of reading the meters is not irrelevant, in my view, because perform assurance work out to carry out a procedure out need to be very clear. If it is just performing and not relevant, not significant procedure on that, it is illogical that would require independence on the entire entity. I think we need to think whether what we are proposing is reasonable, fair, balanced, and applicable in practice, because I was never thinking about this simple procedure. But if there is that it is a simple procedure like that, I think it is unreasonable to require independence with respect to the entire value chain component.
Thank you, Luigi. Angie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me come back. I forgot to ask a question on is it the previous slide 9, if that could be? I didn't understand it. Can you clarify? Are these mutually exclusive scenarios? Would it be either scenario 1, scenario 2, or scenario 3, or could some exist at the same time? Because I think that's just important, at least from my understanding, to understand where the work stream is at, please.
Well, if it's the same value chain component, indeed, the first two would be mutually exclusive because it's one firm carrying out the work.
So then how about with the third one? That's really the one I'm interested in. Is the third one, could the third one exist with 1, or could the third one exist with number 2?
Well, I mean, I think one would have to allow the possibility that the reporting firm might be able to carry out some work at its group level and some work down at the value chain component. But it's not for this board to specify how the assurance work is going to be done.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just to provide me some insight into thinking, because I really am working hard to try to understand this position. I'm not there, but I'm trying to. But I'm also concerned about our interpretation of paragraph 290 from the IAASB. I don't believe they're saying those confirmations are not assurance procedures. I think they're saying that confirmation is not a sufficient assurance procedure. So I heard it's not an assurance procedure. We don't need to be independent of that assurance work. I think if I heard that, I apologize, but I don't think it's a sufficient procedure, but I believe it still provides evidence. There's not sufficient evidence. And I look at the world through the lens of an auditor because that's my background. So I'm always in the assurance and evidence gathering position, and I do keep that separate from my independence perspective.
And just to be clear, the examples and the confirmation procedures are not intended to suggest that these are the only procedures that will be required to be performed at the value chain component. They were only provided for illustration purposes, precisely to address some of the questions that have been raised in relation to confirmation procedures, and they were intended to explain under what circumstances those procedures would constitute assurance procedures, for which then the independence requirements would kick in under the ESA. Right, so that's all they were intended to do. If there is a need to clarify or elaborate on those examples, we can certainly do that in the FAQs. But it's really the purpose was just to illustrate which of those are assurance procedures, for which then the provisions under the ESA would kick in.
Thank you. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'm a balancing voice then for Andy, because I don't come at it from an audit perspective. So the way I look at it is I go back to something that Laurie said a little bit earlier, which is the whole diagram flow. So if I think about things very simplistically, if the assurance standard doesn't define it as an assurance activity or an activity that's sufficient for assurance purposes, then the independence criteria that we're talking about wouldn't apply, as we talked about earlier. So that's kind of stop my decision point. If that's not the case, then I'm back into, okay, it is an assurance activity by definition if it's not one. And then I think it's defining, and I look at it really simplistically. And again, I'm not saying I'm right, it's just the way I see things, is I look at who controls the underlying data and systems upon which this assurance activity is being provided. So if it's the meter, using Christelle's example, let's say it's a utility meter, that utility meter is being controlled by the utility company. So if an auditor is going in and doing an assurance on the meter read, then by extension, it's not on the VCC component itself. It's on something that's being used as an input. So maybe that's, I don't know if it's a helpful way of looking at it, but I really came back to what is it we're providing assurance on and who controls that thing, that information and the systems upon which it relies, because that's what we're determining independence from. And I think it supports really well the examples you gave earlier, Ken, around, look, it's this situation or it's that situation. So if I think about, for example, a third party, I can easily think of a case where you outsource your inventory management, for example. Granted, this is a financial example, but you outsource your financial inventory management. So you've got a third company that's doing it. They've got their own systems. They're clearly independent from their client in the context of the underlying system they're using. So again, it would raise questions around, well, yes, you're relying on your inventory supplier, but that system is being managed by somebody else in terms of what it's doing. So I don't know if that's helpful for the group and the dialogue, but that's kind of how I approached it and how I looked at it, because that made more sense to me. And it supports exactly the examples that you gave earlier.
Thank you very much, David. Rania, please.
Yes, thank you. So on the issue of confirmation, my question is that predicated on the assumption that this information about the VCC has been assured? Any assurance work? So does that make a difference whether this information that we are confirming has any assurance work been provided on that? Because then,
well, the confirmation procedure is intended to assure that information. It doesn't. It is
so
not.
we're assuming no assurance work has been done. That's
Yes, it is not precondition on the information having been a priori assured. But the confirmation procedure is intended to enable the firm to gather the evidence about the information that's in the records.
Yeah. I just have to say that, I mean, just to be brief, I have to reiterate what Christelle said. I mean, you explained it so clearly. I honestly still fail to see how, again, probably the auditor in me or my background audit is speaking here, I fail to see how an assurance, a confirmation procedure here is different from a confirmation procedure in the context of a financial statement audit, and where in the financial statement audit, you don't have to be independent of the party you are requesting confirmation from.
Correct, and that's...
So basically, the way I see it, the assurance, I mean, it's an assurance activity or procedure, but what you're looking at, you're assuring the information being provided by the reporting entity. The way I see it, what you're trying to say, what the SAP is trying to do here is they're looking to see, okay, our reporting entity our client has provided some information about a certain value chain. Is this really, that's the question they're trying to answer, is this really the information that was provided by the value chain component?
This is the first example, yeah. So I don't know, Sylvia, if you could flip to the next slide. Okay, yeah. This is the first example.
So I'm not doing any work on I'm not gathering evidence. So, I mean, for all I know, this information might be accurate or inaccurate, but what I'm doing is basically just confirming this communication of information. And so I'm relying on the representation of that. So why would I need to be...
You would not, this is the first example precisely, Rania. The first example is saying you do not need to be independent of the value chain. So just to be clear again, the first example on this screen here, the reporting firm does not need to be independent of the value chain component.
And in the second example?
On the second example, subject to what Luigi said earlier, that the information in fact might be maintained by the value chain component, but this is assuming that the information is maintained in the records of the value chain component. And what the firm is doing is it is asking a third party to confirm that information. Now, as Christelle said, in practice, how this is going to work out is the third party is going to report information in its records, and there's going to be a reconciliation of that information versus the information that's maintained in the records of the value chain component. That's is in a sense a confirmation procedure, right? So if it is different, of course, there will be some further reconciliation procedures, but essentially it is an assurance procedure because it is a confirmation that's being sent by the reporting firm to the third party. The firm does not need to be independent of the third party, just like in an audit, when the firm sends a confirmation request to a bank, the firm does not need to be independent of the bank.
Okay.
But the assurance work is on the information maintained in the records of the value chain component, and that's evidence that's being obtained, being gathered for purposes of the assurance engagement. And in this case, what the SI is saying is it is assurance work that's being performed at the value chain component, and therefore the firm needs to be independent of the value chain component.
So in 2 and 3, there must be independence from the value chain component.
3 is not, well, I mean, like Andy says, I mean, under the IESA 5000, it might be an assurance procedure, but what IESA 5000 says is it is not on its own sufficient to produce evidence that will be needed. So what under the IESA, this is not, there's no requirement for independence or the value chain component in this case.
Okay, thank you very much, Ken and Rania. I still see Andy and Luigi. Do you want to come back? Okay.
Yeah,
Andy.
no, thank you, Chair. And I wouldn't come back again, but David gave some thoughtful remarks, but he mentioned my name, so I thought I would just come back to hopefully be informative. Dealing with the not persuasive enough being a dividing line, it's seldom in an audit that a single piece of evidence is sufficient for purposes of obtaining it. So I'm not sure that's an operational cutoff. Usually the auditor, and I presume the sustainability assurance practitioner, will be putting stuff on a scale and weighing when they get sufficiency. So it still is performing an assurance procedure. It just isn't enough yet to have it, which gets us to the final concept of providing assurance to the readers of my audit report is different than my processes of obtaining assurance through getting sufficient appropriate audit evidence. And so I do agree that providing assurance, I need to be independent of those assertions. But in terms of how I choose to obtain my evidence from is a different concept. And that, dear friends, is the point that I'm trying to be making here. Sometimes they overlap. And when they overlap, then we're in agreement, but oftentimes, and I think for the most part, they won't. And that's why I think the conceptual framework would be sufficient for my purposes. But anyway, I'm sorry to mention your name particularly, but since I just wanted to, and I didn't mean to have a conversation with him, I presume other people might have that same question. So I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, of course, it's fine, Andy. Luigi.
Yeah, and Ken, thank you very much for bringing these examples. The first page as general principle and the second one as example. They go, in my view, in the right direction, and still they require further elaboration, I think. Because there are many things we can say, and the first one is what I said before. So it depends where you are really carrying out assurance procedure, whether at the group level or at the value chain level, and the same procedure that you highlighted may change completely the meaning. And the second thing is, let's say, my reaction before about the meter was pretty surprised that by reading a meter we are performing assurance work at, because it is not what I learned during my career. The issue is completely different, and this is probably the further refinement that it is needed. It is not the matter of reading a meter, but it is a matter of taking these data and then asking yourself whether you need to perform additional audit work or assurance work in order to have evidence that this number is the right number because there are appropriate and sufficient control, internal system of quality management, collection, of the data, integrity of the data, and so on and so forth. So I think that you are in the right direction, but I think should be further elaborated to have clarity. Otherwise, I hear in this room at least a number of different interpretations. If you go outside to the stakeholders, I think we could create an explosion of different interpretation and different implementation of this Power 5 across the markets.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Well, I don't know if Ken or Mark want to react to these last comments. I don't see anyone else wanting to intervene. Mark, please.
No, I think the best thing at the moment, Gabriella, is to say that the work stream will consider them further when we meet this evening. I think, we could go through and continue to discuss exactly the same point sort of endlessly, but we need to be able to agree on a formulation of wording that removes the uncertainty that board members have concerns about. But we're not going to do that drafting around a table. And I think actually we just need to move on and get on with the rest of the issues so that we can actually try and keep some way to the timetable.
Okay, I agree. And yeah, and you will, do you still want to speak? Okay, Rania, please, very quickly.
Question. Does the fact, I mean, whether the confirmation request is answered, does it have a bearing on the independence requirements? But if you send a confirmation request, but no, I'm just something that came to mind.
Yeah, I would not go into how the assurance process is going to unfold. As long as Luigi says, as long as the principle is clear that the assurance work is being performed on the underlying data or information, independence is called for. What the assurance practitioner does when there's no response is it's not for this board to determine what needs to be done.
These requirements would still apply. That's what.
If the work is being done on the underlying, and there might be alternative procedures. In fact, that's what is going to happen in practice. If you do not get a response from the bank, the third party, and you still need to obtain evidence on that number or that information, well, you have to perform alternative procedures.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you, and let's move forward as suggested by Mark. I think that we are getting very late, but these discussions are necessary. So passive investment in a VCC. Sylvia?
Thank you. Yes, just quickly wanted to get back to some of the comments we have heard regarding the proposed determination of a group component and the value chain component. So as you can see the slide, IESB and IESBA agreed on the determination of group component and value chain component linked to the involvement in the reporting entities group financial statement. And some concerns have been raised that what's the situation if the firm determines to perform assurance work at a value chain component, but it turns out that there is a passive investment in that value chain component, whether that mean that this value chain component is a group component, and therefore the more stringent independence requirement would apply. So we agreed that we would go back and coordinate on that matter with IEESB because it was important that our determination is fully aligned and verbatim the same. And our coordination with IEESB, we both confirmed that it wasn't the intention that the passive investment would determine something as a group component. And in IEESB standards, it's an application material 17 that really clarifies that point. And IEESB explained that their intention was that the group component can only be a component that includes entities or business units whose financial information is required to be included in the reporting entities group financial statements. And that really goes back or refers to the definition of the group financial statements in ISA 6000 that describe a group financial statement as a financial statement that include the financial information of more than one entity or business unit through a consolidation. Therefore, the conclusion was that the passive investment wouldn't meet that criteria. However, the intention is to move together with IASB on that matter, and IASB will clarify that point, that how they what's the meaning of their application material. So at this stage, we committed to have a joint FAQ on that and keep the consistency between the two determination. IASB felt that if we would include anything further on that, that would give the impression that there is no alignment between the two. But it's really IASB's intention is that to clarify that point. So that's where we are regarding that matter. And I was just pause there, or not pausing.
Moving.
So then I would just keep moving, or
Sorry, Mark, we have already one request, so it's better not to move before we listen to Luigi.
Yeah, and thank you for responding. I read the gray boxes with explanatory notes, and apart from one thing already communicated to you about the cost and fair value, because there are reporting a framework that require those investments to be reported at fair value. So just to be complete, and I'm fine with the response. Where I'm not really comfortable is to have a text without any mention, without any explanation of this point, and then just wait for a Q&A or an implementation guidance. Because if it is not clear or complete, I don't know what we are really proposing to the stakeholders. So I wonder whether, and I suggest and I recommend that at least in the basis for conclusion, as I mentioned before, these gray boxes are included in order for any readers to have a clear understanding on this point.
Okay, Rich, please.
Yeah, I would echo that. I would hope we could get this into the basis of conclusion at a minimum.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah,
We'll take it
as I
back.
said, I think we should work on the basis that where there is helpful material in the grey boxes, we will look to bring it into the basis for conclusion.
Okay.
And just conscious of time, I would quickly run through the flow charts, the updated flow charts, but recognizing that there are many points we have already raised. So I won't go into the details. If something is not clear, I would invite you to highlight for us, but I think we covered some of the points as part of the Mark's presentation on the simplification.
Yeah, Cecilia, just a suggestion. I think given that there have been a number of questions around the matching of the flowcharts to the text, my suggestion would be to actually leave the flowcharts on the screen, but as we go through the text later this afternoon, to then pick up any questions or comments as to whether there's anything that's not clear on the flowcharts.
Yeah, I'm happy
instead
to
of
do
going
that.
through the flowcharts now.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I think then there is one more matter we wanted to talk about, and this is the 1 year deferral. And it's not really what's the background of the deferral, because we discussed that is really about how we put it and the proposal. Because as you can see, there is a proposal to deferral the effective date of the provisions applicable to the value chain component with 1 year. But the workstream 1 proposed 2 criteria for the application of these deferral. One, in point A, that the firm or the component practitioner still needs to comply with the conceptual framework with respect to performing assurance work at the value chain component. And the other is a transparency requirement that the firm need to disclose the using the specific deferral. And we had a discussion with IASB regarding the way of these disclosure, and they agreed that this can be disclosed as part of the other reporting matters under the assurance standards. So there was a coordination on that whether could that be done in the assurance report if necessary, and that would work from IEESB side as well. So this is just that these are the two criteria for the deferral, and I would pause here to ask for input.
Thank you, Sylvia. Started by David, please.
Thank you. So Sylvia, I think, and Mark, the 2 points that you've raised around the transparency and the conceptual framework, I'm very happy with. And I think that makes a lot of sense. There's one additional point I would add to what we talked about earlier when I asked you the general question about the 1 year deferral. In light of what Ken has said, I would actually suggest, I think, similar to what Sunama said and others, even potentially going 2 years and not necessarily 1 year, given what you're trying to achieve. That would be something I would be very supportive of as well.
Thank you, David. I say we'll take it into our discussion later as to what our recommendation to the board might be.
Thank you. Sunam, please.
Thank you. In terms of the paragraph A, I wonder if this is a recommendation or encouragement or requirement, because it used remains subject to. So what does that mean? So that's my first question. And second one is, in terms of the section reference to section 5120, I understand this section has the 2 paragraphs in relation to independence, which make a further reference to section 450.00, 5, or what's the, yeah, 400, 600, right? 5400 to 5600. So there could be, I believe, a circularity issue. So we need to think about that. And in terms of the location, I believe it should be one just in between the first and second bullet points. That's the right location, I believe. Just in front of the second bullet, revision in chapter 4 will be effective. That's the right location from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunam. Luigi, please.
Yeah, and I have no clear opinion about whether or not to have this type of deferral. But my point is that I really do not understand this type of deferral. So I'm not objecting having it or not having it. But while we ask to apply the conceptual framework, it is really not a deferral. It is really applying the same rule, apart from the more evident differences like holding financial interest in the value chain, where, of course, the two schemes are completely different. But if we come to the most significant issues in the reality, so services already provided or that are ongoing, or business relationships, for example, where really we may have issues, applying the conceptual framework or applying Par 5 for non-PIE is the same, or should bring to the same conclusion. So if we say that this is a deferral, should be a deferral, and not the same way to deal with independence written in another way.
Okay, Luigi, I think that you will take this. Sorry.
I was going to say we will, but I do think the issue still remains that almost regardless of what these paragraphs say, someone will still be applying the conceptual framework, and therefore they'll still be required to undertake any assessment of threats to independence and how they go about safeguarding that. And that's not anything additional that we're putting on. It's there in any case if you are using the code. So, you know, there are elements. I absolutely appreciate your point, Luigi. But with it, this is in a sense a reminder of the fact that the conceptual framework still applies. if you effectively said that the conceptual framework didn't apply, then you've got no ethical arrangements at all, which, as I say, from a regulator's perspective, would be completely unacceptable. So we have to find a way of dealing with this and providing the reliefs that we're available to, but we can't say we're giving you an opt-out from the conceptual framework, because otherwise you couldn't assert compliance with the code.
Sadia, please.
I just want to understand how this was going to be reflected in the body. Because in the 2026 handbook, you're not going to have subsection B. So you're probably going to have to put it into a box saying subject to amendment. And then in the 2027 handbook, then this will become live. Just something to think about, because I think having it in the effective date is not going to be workable. I think for this conversation it is, but maybe when you think about how it forms the body of your final amendments, you'll have to think about this here.
Thank you, Sadia. Luigi, do you still want to speak?
Just a quick reaction to Mark, but very quick. Mark, I'm not questioning whether it should be there or not. I'm pretty neutral, frankly, on this point. My point is that if we would like to tell stakeholders that we are providing relief, it should be a relief. Otherwise, it is better not to have anything in the code, because we are saying it is a relief, it is a derogation, but it is not. Basically, overall, not on all aspects. Some of them would be a relief, but are not those that are really important in this scenario, my view, because the important matters would be NAS, close business relationship, and something else, not financial interests or other, where really there is a difference. So if we are saying that we cannot derogate to the conceptual framework, my view, it is better to say that there are no deferral.
Thanks, Luigi. That's very helpful and clear.
I don't see anyone else wanting to provide an opinion. I think that we'll have to come back to this topic after the workstream one reflects on what we heard here. Not only because I had the impression that everyone was relatively comfortable with the deferral, that the question was more 1 year or 2 years. Now I don't have it clear anymore. So I think that you have to reflect upon what you heard.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that there is a difference between the conceptual framework and the provisions that apply to non-PI. Because the non-PI provisions are much, much more specific in relation to different topics, whether it's close business relationships, whether it's long association, whether it's, for the matter, non-assurance services. There are prohibitions that apply to non-PIs that are not in the conceptual framework just on its own. For non-PAs in particular, non-PAs will just read the conceptual framework as identifying threats, evaluating threats, and addressing threats. And that would be all it is. But they would not understand that there are prohibitions in holding financial interest in the entity. They will not understand that there's a prohibition on assuming management responsibility in relation to the entity. They will not understand that there are prohibitions in you or your engagement team acting as a director of the entity. So there are very specific prohibitions that apply to non-PIs. And that's what this is about. It is really making sure that firms that are subject to this deferral are not applying all of these prohibitions or any other associated provisions that are in the non-PI provisions in Part 5. Right? So it is not just conceptual framework equals non-PI. It is not as simple as that. There's a lot of meat on the bones, as it were, when it comes to the non-PI. Otherwise, we can just literally borrow the code, and it's 200 plus pages down to just one paragraph, which is partial apply the conceptual framework, identify threats, evaluate threats, and respond to threats. And that would be it. And which, by the way, is pretty much what one would find in the, when it comes to the provisions that apply to non-PAs today. right? The ethical provisions are very sort of very high level and do not speak to a number of those different issues.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Ken, which I think is important. So in a nutshell, we have here 3 theoretical scenarios. It's not to have any independence provisions for value chain during the delay, having what is being proposed, or not having any delay and having everything applying immediately after the effective date of the standard. So I think that the work stream will meet during the lunchtime, right? So you can start moving on these possibilities, but we will need to have clear what the board wants to do in this respect, hoping that everyone has understood the reasons for these proposals, the limitations that apply, and the strategic decisions that we need to make here, which is to balance the possible against the perfect result. And this is for all the perspectives around the table. So I think that you are ready with the presentation, right, Sylvia? Or is it? Okay, but okay, yes, but not now. Okay, for this presentation. Okay, so we are going to break for lunch, and we will reconvene. So it should be at 2, I think. Yes, I think that we can keep 2, okay, with some flexibility of 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the meeting. Thank you for being on time. And I'm gonna give the floor immediately to Mark. Is Mark?
I'm going to give the floor straight to Sylvia.
Goes around. So Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And what we are planning to do this afternoon is really just go through the standards. So I will share my screen. We will start with the section 5400. I will just briefly point out the changes in each of the section, and I think the gray boxes is there to provide an explanation, but we are happy to provide further explanation. And if you have any comments on the specific section, please provide that at the end of each section, if that's okay. So hopefully I can share the document, and I will make it a bit bigger than that. Oh, okay. Sorry for the, is that size okay for those in the room? Okay. Oh, it's the standard, the 2A. 2A. So actually, in this document, I incorporated the changes we circulated on Friday as well. So what you will see in the screen is like including all the proposed changes. So it might be a bit different that it's in 2A. But regarding 400, the changes we proposed from the September meeting, I highlighted in yellow, and those are relatively few. As you can see, we proposed some clarification based on the comments we received. So those changes at the beginning of the standards are mainly to clarifying that we are referring to work or assurance work. We are referring to assurance procedure or assurance work or another practitioner or another sustainability assurance practitioner. So mainly clarifications up until 5413B. This is about the public interest entities, and the clarification or the application material explaining that laws and regulation might also determine public interest entities for the purposes of sustainability assurance practitioners. And as you can see from in the September version, there was a reference that laws and regulation might determine it based on specific conditions related to sustainability matters. We deleted that from that guidance because it was a bit superfluous. It's really not on the code to determine what's the basis of the determination of national laws and regulations. So again, it's not a substantial change. It's just a clarification to better fit the drafting conventions of the code. Further on, we only have, again, some clarifications up until 431A2. And sorry, what I will do is maybe I will just merge it. So this is also a change that we did throughout the code, that whenever we are referring to the threats or relationship, services, or any circumstances that might create a threat, we believe that it's important to emphasize that it's only in the context of sustainability information on which the firm expresses an opinion. Given that there is a difference between the audit engagement and the sustainability assurance engagement, in the audit engagement, the audit is targeting the financial statements as a whole, while in sustainability assurance, there are different matters or different type of sustainability information, like human rights, greenhouse gas, that can be subject to separate sustainability assurance engagement. So throughout the code, we clarify that when we are talking about the impact of any relationship, service, or circumstance, we are talking about the impact on the sustainability information on which the firm expresses an opinion. So the specific matter that is the subject of the sustainability assurance engagement. So this is not a new concept. That was the intention. And we already made these changes before September at a couple of places, but we just run a consistency check, and we found that in some instances, so we clarified that throughout the code. And there is, I think, one final change. It is under the network. Oh, it's not moving on the screen. It's moving on my screen. But so, yeah, it's a bit slow. Sorry for that. But so in paragraph 400.54, it's under the network and the determination of what's a network. So there was, we actually spotted that in these provisions, we are referring to a component, but it is not in the same context that we use it in the glossary. It is really when a firm or a network firm sells a component of its practice. And we believed that it can create some confusion that we're using the component in a different context. And this is actually the extent wording. So that's the wording in Part 4A as well at the moment. So we a bit reworded these provisions. Again, no intention to change the meaning of it. It's just to avoid the reference to the component. And as you might have seen, we did the same conforming changes in Part 4A as well. So whenever we referring to component is only in the context that is currently determined in the glossary. So these are the changes we have made in 400. And I'm just pause here before we turn to 5405 to ask if there's any comment in section 400. Yes. Oh.
No, thank you. I think more than anything, it's just it's a statement across the whole chapter. It's just the detail and quality of the explanations by the WG are very helpful, especially for given we're aspiring towards fashion agnostic and being very much that agnostic. It is very value adding and very clear, and just strong commendations to the work that was done and the explanations given as to why things were done to achieve what. It's very well presented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. So then now I will take a deep breath and I will turn to 5405. Yes, so in this section, you will see it's a bit colorful. Apologies for that, but I think it's important that we would see the different changes. And the changes in yellow is the changes from September, the changes in green, the changes from the November meeting, and the changes in blue are the one that I recirculated on Friday. So I think we can focus on, when going through this, I will focus on the changes we made since November, because in November we discussed these sections. So when there were no specific comment or there was agreement, we didn't make changes. So as you can see, one of the changes in the section is some clarification regarding the determination of what is a group sustainability assurance engagement. And this is something that was in coordination with IESB, that we clarified that actually if there is a value chain component included in the engagement or the sustainability information, we are talking about group sustainability assurance engagement. So value chain components are only addressed under this section, and it's not something that is relevant in the standalone or in the case of a single engagement. As I mentioned, I will stop only at the green changes. So I think that these are all included. Again, this is the guidance on the performing assurance work at, and we heard the comments, and the task force will discuss that, and we will come back with some proposed changes. So if I think we already discussed this point, so I wouldn't pause here. Another practitioner, the requirements again. So under the subsection A, which is applicable to the group sustainability assurance client or a group component, we didn't propose any significant changes. There is some clarification in 5405.16A1 based on the comments we received. This is really a guidance or an application when a component practitioner outside of the network is performing assurance work, and how the prohibitions should be read in that context. And I don't know if it's okay, I would go through the whole section and I would pause after that. Otherwise, it's going to be really long. So no other changes with respect to assurance work at a group client or a group component. Where we propose some changes is in the context of subsection B, so the requirements and application material for assurance work performed at a value chain component. As you also in November, we had the breakdown of this session is that there are provisions for individuals participating in the engagement and firms as well. So in 5405.13A and B, we are providing independence requirements applicable for group sustainability assurance team members from the group firm. And we say that if the group firm is performing assurance work at a value chain component, that the group sustainability assurance team members from that firm need to be independent of the value chain component. But we are only focusing, again, the firm that is actually performing the work. And as you can see in A1 that Mark already presented, that we clarify that even if the group sustainability assurance client is a public interest entity, the group sustainability assurance members are not required to comply with the PI rules. So this is one of the simplification we entered. So in the next requirement, in requirement B, it's really the situation when it is the component. It is a network firm, so a component practitioner within the firm's network that performing the assurance work. In that case, only those members of the group sustainability assurance team needs to be independent of the value chain component who are from that component practitioners within the network. So this is something that we also clarified in the flow chart, and you might have seen. So now there are separate scenarios for those three cases when when the work is performed by the firm, by the component practitioner from the network firm, and or from a component practitioner outside of the network. And we only require the independence of the team members if they are from that specific firm that is performing the assurance work. So if it's a network firm that's performing the assurance work, we do not require the sustainability assurance team members from the group firm to be independent of that value chain component. So,
Sylvia, do you mind, because I see Rich wanting to speak in the...
Yeah, sure.
If we move forward, this is so specific that it's probably better
Yep.
to address the comments now. Rich, please.
Yeah, and I appreciate this explanation. It made me think about this on the spot. I hadn't focused on it maybe directly. This is in the part 5405, which deals with when there is sufficient and appropriate involvement.
Yes.
So when we have, when the group sustainability assurance firm has sufficient and appropriate involvement, but a component practitioner is doing the work at the value chain component,
Yeah.
VCC. What if the group sustainability assurance firm has people that go down to, say, supervise or review the work since they have sufficient and appropriate involvement? Is there independence required of those individuals only? Or maybe it's not. I just couldn't tell from this. Thank you.
it is something that we need. The requirement says now that the members who are from or engaged by the component practitioner. So I don't know.
Yeah, the answer should be no, Rich, because it's not the group firm or it's not the people from the group firm who are carrying out performing the assurance procedures. They might be overseeing, they might be directing, but they're not the ones carrying out the assurance procedures. So they're not required to be independent.
Sorry, Luigi.
And I had a similar question because I realized that in one case it is the group assurance firm audit assurance team that need to be independent. In the other scenario is the component practitioner assurance team member that need to be independent. But in the second scenario, I would like to have a clear statement somewhere, like for the firm, that the group sustainability assurance firm assurance team do not need to be independent in the second scenario, because otherwise we go back again in the discussion of what is performance assurance work at, what is included, what it is not included, whether could be both in the need to be independent. So I would ask more than other in other situations to have clarity in the text, because the text is so intricate or so complicated that I think that readers need to have a clear understanding on when they need to be independent without considering the definition of performing assurance work or any other definition.
I was going to say that the short answer to that is, Luigi, that's not a problem. And I think we've got some wording already, which may have come from you, but I need to check.
We actually address this point in the context of the independence of the firms, but not on the assurance team members. So we can definitely do that here as well.
Okay. So now
I have one question in terms of the language or terminology used here. Just the title in front of 30A. Yes, R30A. Yes, can you move up, I believe? Yes, further. The new paragraph 38, 5405, 38.
30A, Sylvia. Could you go up?
Yes. Yes, 38 is Yeah, just below the subsection 1, subsection A.
Oh, okay.
The change, I believe. Yes.
30A.
30A, 30A. Yes, the title says members of the sustainability assurance team within engaged by group sustainability assurance firm and its network firms. My question is on network firms, the language. Is it correct? I think it should be some kind of what component practitioner within or engaged by network, things like that. So network form is different from component practitioner, right?
Yeah, no, I understand your question. We can look at the subheading.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think this issue, whole issue, throughout this draft, I believe, on many spots.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you, Songnam. We received that advanced comment you provided. It was really
Okay.
useful. I already made some changes that indeed somewhere we're referring to network firm and other places component practitioner within the network. The intention is here to refer to the component practitioner.
All right.
So we will make that consistent throughout.
We have used interchangeably.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Any other?
Thank you. Maybe also another kind of cross-cutting question that you find to a degree certain explanations or elaborations in one section clarify a different one. So it almost calls for a bit of a holistic read to kind of connect all the dots sometimes. And I was just wondering whether there are any challenges with that. Like when you look purely on a section by section, you may not fully understand till you read a later one, then you go, oh, okay, it's now clearer. How are there any ways to manage that? I don't know.
It is one of the consequences of the way the code is drafted. Actually, I think the problem goes away a lot if you actually use the online version of the code, because that does actually allow you to use it a lot more flexibly. And I find it a lot more helpful than going through a PDF version of all the text at once. But it is something that is probably one of those periodic considerations of how do we make the code as accessible and usable as possible. So I don't think it's something we can specifically fix within the context of this project, but it is a very real consideration, especially if this is an approach that we leverage for future areas of the code and the way in which it develops.
Yeah. So it's basically based on the code's drafting convention that in every section we need to treat it as it would be read just one and include all the information in the application material. So we try to simplify wherever we could, but complying with compliance with the drafting conventions. I don't know if that helps.
If anything, your answer is actually the opposite of what I was saying, that sometimes reading a section, you might have some lack of clarity to read a later section. Then you go, okay, now it's much clearer. So if anything, I've contradicted. I might be the problem. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
So we were talking about the independence requirements applicable to the individuals participating in the engagement when there is direction, supervision, and review, and the work performed by the network. But in 31, it is really when there's a component practitioner outside of the network performing the assurance work, and we require the group sustainability assurance team members from that component practitioner outside of the network to be independent from the value chain component if they are performing work at the VCC. And again, we included an application material explaining that even if the group sustainability assurance client is a public interest entity, there is no requirement for the component practitioner to comply with the PI rules. Then regarding the independence consideration, oh, sorry.
The same comment as the previous one to add. Okay.
Then the next section is on the independence considerations applicable to a group sustainability assurance firm. And as you can see, the changes in blue is really, so when we are talking about the group firm performing the assurance work, and we require the firm to be independent of the value chain component. And again, we added two application material. One is about the PI issue, that we do not require to comply with the PI rules. And the other one is clarifying that if it's the group firm performing the assurance work, we do not require the other firms within the group's firm's network to be independent of the value chain component. So it's, again, a clarification regarding when the independence requirements apply. So A1 and A2. 5405.33 is the same construct when it's a network firm, a component practitioner that is within the network performing the assurance work. And again, we will propose some changes to respond to Sungnam's concerns to use consistent language. And we introduced the same to independent application material regarding the application of the PI rules and clarifying that if it's the network firm, we only require the independence of that specific network firm and not the independence of the group firm or any other firms within the network. And I think these are really clear from the flow chart we prepared to support these requirements. Just posing if there's any comment on 32 and 33. Okay. 34 is the same as independence considerations applicable to component practitioner outside the group sustainability assurance firm's network. I wouldn't go through that because the same construct, there is the requirement and the two application material. So any comments on 34?
Okay, I have just now one comment, which is we've ended up with each time being quite precise on the aspects that needed to be clarified. But in fact, now between, I don't know, 31 to through to 34 or something like that, we're almost repeating the same thing, just on a different perimeter. And it's difficult if it's not the same thing applied in different perimeter, then it's quite difficult to capture what's the difference are. Yeah. So I was wondering, okay, now that we made clear what we want to set as rule and application materials, etc., are we able to recapture it in a more synthetic way? Or how can we make it clearer for the user to capture the slight differences that we have? You see what I mean? Because in principle, we are repeating the same thing for each level of intervening the teams responsible for the job, right? So it could be more synthesized potentially, unless something which is now not very easy to capture has to be captured, and how can we make it clear? If Is it clear what I said? Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe I'll respond, Sylvia, if that's okay. I mean, I sort of understand your train of thought, Christelle. I think there's a bit of a trade-off the board needs to weigh in terms of the succinctness of, or the conciseness of the provisions it would like to be included in the code and the clarity that would, clearly there's a lot of desire that we've heard around the table for that issue of clarity. I think what I would say is one has to realize that the context of group sustainability assurance engagements involving value chain components is, the situation is already in and of itself complicated, leaving aside even the ethics and independence, because you could have different parties involved, the group firm, the component practitioners, whether they're in network or out of network, and whether you're doing, you yourself, the group firm is someone doing the work, or whether it's a component practitioner that's doing the work. So there are a number of different moving parts to the whole engagement, and trying to group things together and trying to, as you sort of trying to go towards Christelle, try to be as concise as possible. I think that's what Workstream 1 had tried before, and that's where the board kind of reacted and said, well, it's not as clear as it needs to be, and therefore could you be more specific? Right. So I think the benefit of breaking it down in terms of the different players who are actually doing the work helps in terms of identifying the swim lanes, if you will. You know, who is doing the work? If it is a group firm, you're into paragraph X. If it's a component practitioner that's doing the work, you're in paragraph Y. Right. And there you can be very clear as to what is expected of you. But I'm just concerned if you bring everything back together, then, you know, the component practitioners and the group firms are going to have to figure out, okay, which applies to me and which doesn't apply to me. And it potentially could make it very difficult to.
And unless this aspect becomes an application material, meaning that the principle is, it is the team involved in the work that has to be independent from the target, and application material 1. If it's the group, the other one, no. If it's the network, not the group, not the others, etc. You see, there are, now that we have it clear, there are maybe, but I know we are late in the process. It's just that this is what's going to be kept for quite a long time. So, and it's very repetitive, and it's uneasy to see if there is slight distinction or not. If in substance we're just repeating and make it clear that for this team it's this, and by the way we have to add that it's not this for the group level, for example, etc. That's what we discussed this morning. But just a way of, is there a way to have it a little bit streamlined with less but I understand that we asked for being clear, and that was needed for us to get into it. So maybe we could interpret that as it's going to be needed by the users, the final users also. But it's troubling now that I see it all along.
And what we will have to address your issue, Christelle, because we can't have, in a sense, a single consolidated requirement, because different requirements apply to different groups. So it's not the same one. But the work that we've done on the flow charts, and indeed the rather helpful schematic that Laurie sent us the other night, effectively give us something that we can put in the basis for conclusions that says, if I'm this doing this on this, what applies to me? So the code will still have the text in, but actually, if you wanted something to pick up to say, can I make sure I've covered my obligations? You would have something that you could go through, and you would go, well, I go down here and here, and that means I have to do the following. So we can make sure we've got material to help people, but because we've got differing requirements, we can't just consolidate it into one. Otherwise, it risks becoming very complex.
Thank you, Mark. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. And just to support what Mark said now, I feel a little bit responsible and accountable for this great level of details because it was asked also by me at least. So I prefer to have a very detailed document on this perspective because it is the key of everything, considering that we are not dealing just with group assurance, we are dealing virtually with all assurance, even of single entity as it is framed. And so I prefer to have 10 more requirements to the extent that they are clear.
No, very briefly, no, thank you. I just, based upon our longstanding operating procedure and the fact that I gave comments earlier, I just didn't think it was productive for me to repeat my comments when we came to this section. So I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding why I sat here quietly. It was just out of respect for everyone's time. I had given my comments earlier and exhausted myself and the rest of you apparently. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie. Back to you, Sylvia.
So the next section is regarding the changes in a value chain component.
Just bring your mic a bit closer, Sylvia. Yeah.
So the next one is the changes in the value chain component. And then, as you can see, we proposed some changes after the November meeting, and that's one of the issues that was circulated to you on Friday. Because in the previous version, we point if an entity or a business unit becomes a value chain component for the purposes of the engagement, we directed the firm or the group firm and the group firm to consider the provisions applicable to mergers and acquisitions and to use those guidance by analogy. However, it was pointed out for some board members that we probably went a bit beyond because indeed the independence is required from the group firm only when the group firm performs assurance work from a value chain component. So what you can see in on the screen now is really targeting the situation when an entity becomes a value chain component during the reporting period and the group sustainability assurance firm performs assurance work at that value chain component. And in those circumstances, we point to the guidance currently applicable when an entity becomes a client and how to consider the previous relationships and services in those cases and how to address the threats created by those circumstances. So it's really a lighter approach in line with the independence requirements applicable further above. And this is something that we developed based on the comments we received in November. I think I will just pause here because it's a relatively new section to see if there's any comments regarding the change we proposed. It's again 5405.35.
Christelle, please.
Yes. So thank you. It's to have updated for that. Now, when we use the reference of a new entity coming into a group, there is much less, depending on the groups, but generally much less flow into the group perimeter than into a value chain perimeter. Because we often get back to value chain with suppliers, but it can also be clients. Yes, so it can change a lot. So here we are saying it's value chain component where we are performing assurance at. So normally it's back to more limited things. the other specificity of the situation is that you can discover that it is becoming a work at during the performing of the assurance work, because you find yourself in a situation where you don't feel you had enough evidence, and so you need some additional. And there, even if we have set a clearer reference to what are the procedures to follow, if it's during the assurance work, it's a burden. I mean, it's really a challenge to overcome all the challenges that come with it. It's a fact. This is one of the elements I think should be on our chart of follow-up, yeah, for monitoring, because the fact that an assurance company can overcome all these burdens without hurting the reporting entity or the investors by delaying its opinion or whatever, it's important to the acceptability also of the whole set. Yes. So I fear there are still a lot of challenges to overcome that when it comes to such a change. I think it would be a ground for pushback. So it needs follow-up, and it needs to demonstrate that it can be done, and that it's so limited, and that it can be dealt in a certain way. It's assurance work. It's not ethical work, but.
Yes, so if I may respond, Christel, I think we have to be anchored in how ISA 5000 in particular envisions work to be performed at a value chain component. And under ISA 5000, if the work is going to be performed at the value chain component, the group firm needs to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in that work, whether it's a group firm itself that's performing the work or whether it's a component practitioner. So if the group firm has been going along all along and has not determined that assurance work needs to be performed at a value chain component, but then the day after decides that actually it needs to send a team down there or it needs to involve a component practitioner, that is going to depend on whether the group firm is going to be able to access or have full access to the value chain component. And that may not happen in practice because it depends on how close the value chain component is to the reporting entity. So I think, as we have discussed, it will depend on how the assurance work is going to be done, how the landscape of sustainability assurance engagements will evolve, and how often those engagements will happen where the group firm has full access to the value chain component. It may be that in most cases in practice, that access is not available. And in that case, the group firm will need to find other ways to gather the evidence needed for the assurance report. And that's not for this board to determine what sort of additional work needs to be done. That's more for the IEESB. But the understanding is, if assurance work is being done at the value chain component, the group firm needs to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in that work, and that therefore is preconditioned on there being full access to the value chain component. That is really the critical issue, the critical principle to bear in mind. It is not a matter of flipping the switch and just say tomorrow, well, we're going to send a team down there, because you may not even be able to access the value chain component, right? So it really depends on the facts and circumstances.
Christel, do you still want to speak?
So again, we already included provisions regarding the changes in the component practitioner that performs assurance work at the component, and we presented that in November. There's no change Here, it's also using the same approach that is currently available when a client becomes, when an entity becomes a client. And the final one is the breach of an independence provision. The component practitioner, no changes here since November. So if there is no other comment on 5405 on the group sustainability assurance engagement, I would turn to 5406, the using the work of another practitioner, assurance work of another practitioner. Apologies. Yeah, okay. So here again, we discussed this section in November. So I would focus on the changes that we have made since November. And one of them is the deletion of the requirement, one of the requirement. So 5406 is structured in the same way as 5405. There are requirements applicable when the firm is using the assurance work of another practitioner related to a group client and the group component, and another section when using the assurance work of another practitioner related to the value chain component. And regarding the previous scenario, when the firm intends to use the assurance work of another practitioner at a group client, previously we required the firm to confirm the other practitioner's independence in accordance with the PI status of the group client. So if the group client is a PI, we required the firm to confirm the other practitioner's independence in accordance to the PI rules. We received some comments in November that there is some practical challenges related to that because the other practitioner might have already performed the work. So requiring the practitioner to comply with the PI rules, if the value chain component is not a PI, it's not really realistic. The task force workstream 1 considered these comments and we deleted that requirement now. So if even if the group client is a PI, we do not require the firm to confirm the other practitioners' independence in accordance with the PI rules. And here you can see that this in the gray box, this is a reference to the deletion of the previous requirement 5406.6. Okay. So I'm turning to the next subsection is using the work of another practitioner at the value chain component. And I think the only change we proposed since November that, again, we clarified that if the firm is using the work of another practitioner at the value chain component, the firm is not required to be independent from the value chain component. Again, this is a clarification trying to be helpful to see that what independence requirements applies to the group firm.
Thank you, Sylvia. We have Rich, please.
Yeah, this is kind of a technical comment, but it applies on two paragraphs. One is the 5606 A2 that you have there. It also applies, I think, back on 5605 A1. And that is the phrase that says the applicable assurance standard might address the implications for the sustainability assurance engagement. I received some stakeholder feedback that doesn't conform now with what ISA 5000 says, that they made a late deletion. I don't know if we've looked at that. I'm comfortable with leaving that in, but I think some people have raised a question about whether we're consistent with what ISA 5000 says now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Luigi, please.
Yeah, I had a similar comment because I went through ISA 5000 and I was not able to find the solution to this case. And so I understand that we are referring back to the performance standard, but at least I was not able to understand what the performance standard is requiring. I realize that it is a framework agnostic standard, but at least we have one just approved, and I was not able, frankly, I'm sorry for that. And you may help me in understanding what's happened at that point. just to be sure not to create any circular type of reference. Second point, with respect to the two paragraph, who is responsible to confirm that the independence satisfy the requirement in Part 5? Because it is easy if the independence confirmation include the reference to compliance to Part 5, but if it is not, how it is possible to assess this compliance? If someone is just complying with their professional code of conduct or other standards that are acceptable under the jurisdiction, is the regulator that is required to explicitly confirm? Is the professional accountant or the sustainability assurance provider that need to take responsibility for doing such type of work? I think that you made a simplification, but probably you created an additional layer of uncertainty. At least this is my reading. Thank you.
Thank you. So regarding the reference to the assurance standards, this is something that we also received in advance comments. So Workstream 1 will discuss that point, but I think it's the reason we had this requirement, because we cannot say in the independent standards that if they cannot confirm the independence, they cannot use the work. Because simply what we can say is that they wouldn't need the criteria to use the work of another practitioner, but these criteria are set in the assurance standards. So we cannot state that in the independent standards, but we will see if we can propose any wording to this point to clarify that and to avoid having a circular statement. Regarding the second one, I think in the context of who's responsible, that's really it's the responsibility of the firm to require to confirm the independence. But I believe the specific process, how it's going to happen, it's really depend. And I'm looking here on Mark. It's really depending on the process. But in the context of a group component, we would assume that there will be a communication between the firm and the other practitioner. But in the case of a value chain component, I think it's on the screen 6A1 as well, that there are different ways to confirm these independence. One is, again, having a communication, but if it's not possible, or there is another way that the firm can simply review the statement of the independence issued by the practitioner and make an assessment based on that statement.
And I think sort of in response to your point, Luigi, it may be one of those things that we look at over time, because will we see a situation, for instance, where jurisdictions begin to say, we see the following frameworks as also being acceptable, but we may see that on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. The best we can do for the purposes of the application material here is provide some indications or examples of the way in which you can request the confirmation of independence. But we will have to see what happens when jurisdictions actually begin to sort of use this in earnest. If someone decides that this framework is equivalent, and that is what a jurisdiction decides to do, then obviously we'll have to look at how we really sort of amend to be able to deal with that situation.
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Sylvia. What worries me is not, of course, connected with group components, because I believe that the assumption in the ISA 5000 and in our standard is proper, so that it is just for a short period, and then the group would be able to influence the way in which this is performed. So I'm not worried about this scenario. I'm worried more about value chain component. on the basis of the assumptions that we mentioned this morning in limited circumstances, because underlying this assumption, there is the expectation that in many situations, value chain entities would be value chain component for many multiple assurance client, and therefore it would not be possible to have a direct communication with another practitioner working at that value chain component. And therefore, there would not be probably possibility to ask a specific confirmation, and the assurance provider, the group assurance provider, need to satisfy himself on the basis of what is written, I don't know, in the report or in the assurance and so on. And my worries is that while ISA 5000 is trying to facilitate the reliance on these type of reports by explaining what is an assurance and making example that provide insight to the group sustainability assurance practitioner to use even non-conventional report like an assurance report. I fear that we as IESBA are doing exactly the contrary. We are creating situation that may be a barrier for the group sustainability assurance provider to use this report, because we are basically requiring Part 5. And since we realized, and I agree with you, that not necessarily we would have someone asserting compliance with Part 5, we are creating an additional layer of responsibility for the group sustainability assurance, but basically requiring compliance with Part 5. I wonder whether there is another way to deal with this matter in order not to create, just for independence perspective, a barrier to use this work, considering that one of the likely scenario, well, still figuring out what is the future, so I may be wrong, but one of the likely scenario may be that non-practitioner, professionals not using Part 5 would be responsible for this type of work, and they could meet the criteria of assurance, but not the criteria of compliance with Part 5, and this will result in an impossibility for the group of practitioner to use this work. Let's assume that someone confirm compliance with the code of conduct of the engineers, which is very complicated, but it is completely different from Part 5. I'm not saying that we need to accept and apply this code of conduct, but probably I don't know whether there is a way to facilitate more the use of this assurance work without simply saying, well, if it is not substantially complying with Part 5, it doesn't matter. It is like it doesn't exist.
I think there are a few things to unpack here, because the original wording, something like the firm shall confirm that the other practitioner is independent in accordance with Part 5, and there was some concern expressed at that time, saying confirm that they are confirm that they are independent in accordance with Part 5 minutes. Somebody was completely checking all the detailed requirements, and that's why we sort of moved to the satisfied rather than confirm in the actual requirement wording to try and tone that down a bit. But if there's another term people can come up with, we're quite welcome to consider that. And then we've always recognized in this that this is going to be a difficult area because for another practitioner in terms of doing that, which is why we had the starting point of, well, if they've given a report publicly, and I think this was your suggestion, Luigi, if I think back a year or so, if they've given a report publicly, then that ought to be enough. You shouldn't have to go away and do more. They've said publicly they are independent, and therefore you ought to say that. In terms of whether or not another framework is acceptable, well, the assurance standard, for example, tend to be premised on its compliance with the IESBA code or something that's equally demanding. So I agree, electrical engineers, for example, might have their own code. It's probably not, I suspect, going to be under any consideration equally as demanding as Part 5. So that creates an issue. But all we're doing in our requirement is saying you're assessing whether or not they're, or being satisfied that they are compliant in accordance with Part 5. If you can't do that, then your conclusion has to be that they're not independent in accordance with Part 5. And that's as much as we can say. The consequences of that are then for the assurance standard setters to decide what's an acceptable level of assurance then. I don't think it would seem odd for the IESBA code to say, well, be satisfied that people have complied with Part 5 in some way, but if they've said they're compliant with something else, that's okay. Because then we get into the sort of saying, well, is that equally as demanding to our code, or is it even close, or whatever? That's not for us to do, really. That's for the assurance standard setter to say, if they haven't complied with Part 5 of the code, have they complied with something that we are prepared to accept? But that's their call rather than ours, I would suggest. I don't see how we could develop something into the code that says, if they said they give an independence in accordance with something, then that's okay, because clearly it might not be. It might be a sort of 3 paragraphs of principle that we would say just doesn't come even remotely close to satisfying what we would consider as acceptable. So I think this is the pragmatic approach we've taken. It's probably, and we thought was as far as we can go. We're looking to say, are they compliant with Part 5? And if the answer is, well, I can't tell, they haven't issued a report, I've written to them and they haven't replied, well, you have to conclude they're not compliant with Part 5. End of story. It's then over to the assurers to say, well, what do we do in that circumstance? There's nothing we can do to fix it. We can't somehow say that another code, no matter how brief or high level, is somehow acceptable. And it may not have been written yet. So I think this is the most pragmatic way forward that we've been able to come up with.
Yes, thank you. The concept of another practitioner is driven by the assurance standard. And when we're talking about assurance, really, it's ISA 5000. We're not talking about inner assurance standards because that's the only, in effect, that's the only game in town, right? This is a state of the art as insofar as assurance on sustainability is concerned. And in ISA 5000, there are specific requirements that are set out for the reporting firm, the practitioner, to follow, right? In paragraph 50, for example. If the practitioner intends to obtain evidence from using the work of a practitioner, the practitioner shall do 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 1, comply with relevant ethical requirements that apply to using the work of another practitioner, which then points to the ESA. Evaluate whether the practitioner has the necessary competence and capabilities for the practitioner's purposes. Evaluate whether the other practitioner, that is, has the necessary competence and capabilities. Evaluate whether the nature of scope and objectives of that other practitioner's work are appropriate for the practitioner's purposes, and determine whether evidence obtained from that practitioner's work is going to be adequate for the practitioner's purposes. So all the requirements are set out in the assurance standard, and those requirements are all geared towards enabling the reporting firm to make an assessment as to whether it is indeed going to be able to use the work of that other practitioner. And just even going through all of these requirements, looking at the nature, the scope, the objectives of that of a practitioner's work, etc. So it is going to be very specific to the nature of the assurance engagement. If it doesn't meet all of these basic requirements, we're not even at the point of considering the independence requirements. But if indeed that work has been done already and there is an assessment that it fits all of these criteria, then what ISA 5000 says is you may consider using that work as long as you fulfill all of these requirements. So it is going to be very fact and circumstances dependent. It is going to be dependent on whether the other practitioner has done work that really fits or suits the purposes of the group sustainability assurance engagement. And I would even emphasize that in the concept of another practitioner is not necessarily under ISA 5000 in any case. It's not necessarily even an external firm. Under ISA 5000, another practitioner could even be an office of the same firm, let alone a network firm within the group network. So it could be any firm, it could be any office within the same firm, as long as they've done work that really suits the purposes of the sustainability assurance engagement. And you think about it, that is a very narrow channel to kind of guide that consideration of using that other work. Because if it's like an engineer who's done some sort of technical certification, will that really meet the scope and the assurance objectives? Maybe not. And if it doesn't, then there's not even consideration of using that other practitioner's work. So I think my point is we have to be really conscious of how the assurance work is being envisioned under ISA 5000 in relation to using the work of another practitioner, and not assume that it could be any of a practitioner who's just so happens to have done some certification or some other piece of work in accordance with whichever standard, whether or not that work is going to be suitable for the purposes of the reporting firm.
Thank you, Ken. We still have Andy, please.
Yeah, I think actually I'm hearing maybe agreement amongst everybody, but I think it's the issue that it says the practitioner needs to be satisfied, and then later on it says if you're not satisfied, the assurance standards might tell you what to do, which I think is so. Is it satisfied or is it shall determine? Do we have to? Because if you're not satisfied from an ethics standpoint, it seems like that's a full stop, and then there's the application guidance that says, but the assurance standards might tell you what to do. Is the conundrum that ethically you need to determine whether the other assurance is the other practitioner is independent, and then look to the assurance standards? Anyway, that's just a question, because I heard it seemed to me that there was agreement here in terms of the end result is that you could use the work of this other practitioner, but in a different fashion, because it is evidence. I mean, I think the assurance standard says it is evidence. It's just not the same evidence as from an independent practitioner. So anyway, I hope that was helpful. If not, I apologize.
We will take your conundrum, Andy, and mull it over this evening. But I think I think one of the really challenging things, not just about this point, but more generally, is we've been very cautious to not be setting performance standards through the code, and equally making sure we haven't got a situation where performance standards are setting independence or ethical requirements. So maybe we have been cautious in our approach in doing that, but equally we need to make sure that we've got something in there that allows the users of the code to make an appropriate judgment over whether or not someone is independent to be able to use their work. But we'll take your jumping off point and see where we get to.
And perhaps, Mark, I'll just add as well a provision that's in ISA 5000, and that is that the assurance standard contemplates that the reporting firm may be able to take advantage of a one-to-many report on the assurance work that's done at the value chain component. So you might have, for example, another practitioner who's carried out the assurance work on the value chain and issues a one-to-many report that could go to different firms that are performing sustainability assurance engagements. And if that's the case, one would presume that the assurance report would contain a statement of independence of the practitioner who's actually done the work at the value chain component. So it's just important to bear that in mind, that this concept of one-to-many report is very much in the assurance standard.
Thank you, Ken. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of considerations, Ken. The one-to-many, I start from most recent one. The one-to-many report, or let's say the approach like the service organization report, would be quite a good idea, but we don't know so far whether it is implementable, whether it will occur or not, because it is our guess for the future, as usual, with this activity. So I hope that you are right and the IESBA is right, but we don't know, frankly, so far. As far as you explain the matter relating to using the work under the ISA, it is fine. It is clear to me. The issue is there that we could define, let's say, the group sustainability assurance firm could determine firsthand that the other practitioner is capable, is competent, the work is done in a proper way, it is the right one to be used, and afterwards it is not able to satisfy himself that this individual or this practitioner is compliant with Par 5 or substantially compliant with Par 5. And then we are saying in our standard, go back to the performance standard and see what's happened there. And there is nothing. But there is, again, you need to evaluate the work, you need to assess whether it's competent, capable, and so on. So we come back again to the IESBA. And so this is the concept of circularity, because there is nothing in the standard, in the performance standard, that says if it is not independent, this is what's happened. So this is the issue, one issue. And this is independent, from the form of independence, whether this is an engineer or someone else, whether it complies with Par 5. So the group sustainability assurance firm conclude that it is not an acceptable independence confirmation for many reasons, but I didn't find anything in the IESB document saying to me what to do in this case. This is the reason why I'm saying it is circular, because I continue rounding away without finding any solution, basically, of what to do. I would not say that this would be the right solution. Probably it is the wrong one, but my view is better to say you cannot use the work as we did in the expert standard.
Thank you, Luigi. Chana.
I think just to Luigi's point, I mean, I think we should just delete that sentence. The last sentence. Yeah. Because if it's not there, then we are going in circles. So would that solve your issue, Luigi?
Formally, yes. Substantially, no.
But it's something that the IESB needs to sort out rather than IESBA coming up with a solution, because it's a performance standard related issue. Because as Ken says, that so far the only assurance standard we know is 5,000. So if 5,000 doesn't have a solution, then there's no point in us pointing to 5,000.
Well, Stadia?
Perhaps this is one of those areas where a joint FAQ would be needed, because it's kind of marrying what 5,000 is saying and what Part 5 is saying. I'm not sure how this would be resolved though, but I can see how it's creating some kind of tension because reading it doesn't give you any clarity.
And the answer to that, Sadia, is there is agreement that we do need a joint FAQ to be able to do it. I think, as you identify, writing that FAQ is not going to be without its challenges.
Yes, and whether it's enough to address these substantial concerns.
Yeah, well, from my perspective, I would be okay to drop that last sentence and leave it open, because at the end of the day, it is going to be for the assurance standard to specify the response if the firm, the reporting firm, is not able to be satisfied about the independence of another practitioner. And in this case, one would presume that the reporting firm would simply not use the work of another practitioner and determine to deploy its own team to go and actually carry out the assurance work at the value chain component. And again, that's not even considering, the development of one-to-many reports, which might transpire in a few years' time. But at the moment, that is the current approach in the assurance standard in relation to using the work of another practitioner.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Well, sorry, Bekonya.
I understand the issue about the circularity, and I think it's not a good idea, really. But I wonder if this is also affecting paragraph 5406, 5A1. That also affects, refers to. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Begonia. David Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Ken, I'm just reflecting on your comments and also Chana's comments as well. We might get there. We might get there to dropping it, but I think we take it back tonight. We have a further look at it because we also have, of course, R5 300 as well, point of living, which deals with something which is not assurance work, right? So non-assurance work in the application of the conceptual framework. So I think we've got some deeper thinking in and around this, and maybe we get there tonight.
Okay. So Begonia, do you still want to say something? Thank you. Mark, Sylvia.
So thank you very much. As we mentioned that we will discuss these points this evening during the workstream 1 meeting. But I would then, if there is no more comments, just turn to the next section, if that's okay. It's the section 5.4.10 on fees. And in that section, I think the changes we proposed is really to clarify that this section only applies in the context of the fees for sustainability assurance engagement that is under the scope of Part 5. So it is not relevant in the context of a Part 4B engagement. And it was our intent before as well, but we felt that it's better to propose some clarification in that regard. So the changes you can see in 5.4.10, it really aims to address this issue. And there is just another issue I wanted to raise, as we mentioned during the report back on the outreach activities regarding the transparency to the fee-related information and the public disclosure. And as I mentioned, there were some comments from the SRG, whether if it's appropriate to require fee disclosure in the code, given that it's not currently a thing in national laws and regulation. And this is something that the workstream 1 also discussed, and we felt that given the overarching principle or the premise or equivalency between the audit and sustainability assurance, public disclosure is an important element of the independence, and the code could be a front runner in that and require the transparency to the fee-related information. And of course, it's a principle-based approach, so it works or it's operable with the different national laws and regulation in that regard. So as you can see, there is no change in 5.4.10 in that regard. So I'll just pause here and see if there is any comment of 5.4.10, section 5.4.10.
Thank you, Sylvia. I see Begonia.
Thank you. It's more clarification. Now we are talking about Part 5, but I understand that Part 4B will be considered tomorrow or later, right? Because we have some concerns about the treatment of fees, the different treatment between Part 4B and Part 5. But if we are going to talk about that later, I stop.
No, I would suggest we discuss the PIUB comments now, Begonia, because the Part 4B is part of the strategy and work plan. So if you have.
Yeah, okay then.
Begonia, because I forgot to mention here we have consequential amendments proposed to Part 4A to address the issues of the proportion of the fees. And maybe this is the area you want to raise the comments. It's not in Part 5, it's in Part 4A, and it's really addressing the issue when there is an audit fee and the sustainability assurance fee. And we moved away from the proposed approach from the ED as well. And in September, the board discussed the proposal regarding the consideration of the fees for a mandated sustainability assurance engagement versus a non-mandated. And also in September, the board agreed that the approach would be that the firm wouldn't be required to consider the fees for a sustainability assurance engagement that is under Part 5 when when considering the large proportion of the fees for an audit and other engagements. So we moved away from that approach and we addressed the comments received from the PIOB. So basically the proposal is now that the firm needs to consider the fees, the proportion of the fees for audit and any other fees apart from the fees for sustainability assurance engagement that is not under Part 5.
Yeah, I made a mistake. It's not Part 4B, it's Part 4A. Yeah, all right. But if we are going to talk about 4A later or tomorrow, then otherwise I'll mention here. We are aware about this change in Part 5, but we are still not happy with the different treatment between Part 4A and Part 5, because we understand that, well, assurance is assurance, no matter if it is voluntary or compulsory. Therefore, we don't understand the different treatment. If there are some other issues or risks that should be taken into account in order to, well, to avoid abuses in the non-audit activity in Part 4A, there should be some other way, but not making this different treatment that we understand is not acceptable from the principle-based approach and from the public interest perspective, that these fees due to or related with Part 4A because they are voluntary, then they should be treated differently. We don't think this is in the public interest. So we are still unhappy. We have this public interest issue in our October letter or report, and we still have that serious concern. Thank you.
And just to clarify, Begonia, now it's on the screen what we are proposing, and there was a change because now we are not referring to the proportion of fees for mandated engagement and non-mandated engagement. It's really fees for audit and any other engagement that is not a sustainability assurance engagement under Part 5. So this is, I believe that would address the point that was raised regarding the voluntary and non-voluntary. So the problem is that it's a Part 5 or Part 4B engagement.
Issue is in Part 4A, not in 5. Yeah, I'm trying to, I cannot really find it, but
So
I think
it's on page.
Unless it has been changed, we don't think this is solving the issue.
It has been changed since September.
Yeah, but we have read it then. If it is not changed last Friday, we have read it. So we are not happy with that. That's my comment. I'm trying to see it again. Can you send me the page, please?
Yes. It's really at the end of the document. 253, 253, 54. Sorry, 53, 54. Because this is something that the board discussed in September, and during the turnaround session, we came back how we would address the point that has been raised, and we developed this change. And practically, this is the first time we included that in the standards, but it's been discussed already during the September turnaround session.
This is our point, that we don't see any reason why, if it is included in Part 5 or in Part 4A, the fee should have a different treatment.
There is no, at the moment, there is no different treatment. So what we're proposing that if it's an audit fee or a sustainability assurance engagement that is under Part 5, that there is no, it's not required to consider the proportion of such fees.
Treated the same.
So they are treated the same way.
If it is in Part 4A, then?
If it's 4A, it's just an audit, isn't
Yeah,
it? So
4A is addressing the audit fees, and Part 5 addressing the sustainability assurance fees that meet the criteria for the scope of Part 5. And there are some sustainability assurance engagement that is currently addressed under Part 4B. Okay, thank you. We will.
Yeah, just wondered, Begonia, if you had in mind engagements performed under Part 4B, which are not engagements that are at the level of audits of financial statements. Whereas works, yes, perhaps you can just double check and come back. We can come back again tomorrow if necessary.
Okay, Paul, please.
Thank you. I think it's almost to the point that Begonia is making, that I think the transition that was made moving away from the mandated versus voluntary allows the code, if anything, to be applicable across a broader spectrum of spaces. Because when you look at the realities in developed versus emerging markets, what is mandated is a challenge. So separating ourselves from that was a very important step to make sure we have true applicability, and I support that step. Thanks.
Okay, Paul, noted. Thank you. I don't see anyone else, so you can.
We were just going to suggest, Gabriella, shall we pause for a break now? Because we just sort of hit our break point and then we'll resume.
Before, yeah, okay. Okay, so we will break for 20 minutes, or we can even break for 23 minutes. And restart at 3:50. No, yeah, 3:50.
Yeah, 3:50.
Okay, 50 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much.
Really?
We need 40.
Yeah, that's good.
It's not my power.
Well, welcome back. I think that the board members are all in the room. Staff is a little bit less disciplined, but okay. Let's restart. This session was supposed to finish at 5, but I think that I hope we will be well positioned to finish a little bit earlier and leave a lot of time to work stream 1 to address the very few comments and suggestions and go to your hotels probably before 1 a.m. Okay, Mark or Sylvia, I don't know who of you is going to present. Begonia, I see your card.
It's about the prior thing. I made a mistake with
okay.
for A, 4B.
Yeah,
I'm talking about 4B and 4 and 5. And the point is about the different treatment of the assurance engagements depending on in which part they are located. Basically, if they are compulsory by law in 5 or not in 4B. And then the concern of the PIOB is that this implies a different treatment in terms of independence requirements, particularly regarding with the fees issues, which are much more demanding for those that are in Part 4B because they are treated as non-audit engagements. That's
okay. Now I think it's clear. I was suspecting that it was the case, but I don't know, Sylvia, Mark, if you want to provide any clarity about the reasons. This is not a new topic.
No, and I suppose that the point we would make, Gabriella, is 1, 4B has not changed. So 4B is as it always was. The fees provisions in Part 4A of the code that apply to an audit, we've sought to make equivalent arrangements in Part 5. There is potentially a further project in future to look at 4B, but we've not changed anything in respect of the arrangements that apply in 4A and 4B. Yeah. We've just made 5 equivalent to 4A. So the difference that exists is a difference that exists now.
Yes. Okay, Begoña. Yes, of course.
Briefly, yes, you change part 4A because you change paragraph 401, paragraph 410. Therefore, equally, you could change part 4B, or I don't know, to include this additional comment.
We haven't changed part 4A in respect of the fee arrangements. We've just made a conforming amendment to 4A to reflect that there could be a situation where the auditor of the financial statements also carries out the assurance engagement over the sustainability information. So we've not actually changed the requirements that apply. So we would need to explain that we haven't changed those requirements. All that we've done is sought to deal with a situation where the same provider could be providing both engagements.
I just wanted to clarify that this approach regarding the proportion of the fees, that it focuses the audit fees and the non-audit fees, including Part 4B engagement, has just been recently approved by the board, and it's as part of the fees project, and it's effective from 2022. So as Mark mentioned, what we did is we addressed the situation that there is a new type of engagement in Part 5, but there was no intention to change the approach that was approved as part of the fees project.
I think that I understand Begoña's concern, and I see from her expression that she's not yet satisfied, and we probably must have to discuss or speak about a little bit more about it. I think that your concern is that now we have a provision in Part 5 which allows the practitioner, the sustainability assurance practitioner, not to take into account the fees received for the sustainability assurance engagement for the purpose of threats and to independence and etc. While if it's an engagement which is not captured by Part 5, but it's captured under Part 4B, they are not in the same situation. They do not benefit from this exemption. Let's name it like that. That's your question, right? So the response of the formal response is that we did not work on Part 4B, and this is a consequence of not having worked on Part 4B. And your question is, you could do something in that respect on Part 4B, but this is something that I think Mark and Sylvia can explain better.
And I think, Gabriella, the only thing I would add is that what I think Begoña is asking for, what the PIOB is asking for, is a change to the approach to fees, not a change to the approach that we're taking to sustainability. But that would be a different ask, and in a sense, the fees approach that we have, which, as Sylvia said, came into effect in 2022, we've just copied that approach for the purpose of Part 5. So if there is a concern that it doesn't represent the public interest, I would challenge that, because that's been the approach that we've had since 2022. It's not new as a result of this project.
Begoña, please.
PIOB is not asking to change. PIOB is not asking to change the approach towards fees. What it's saying is that the same treatment should be given to the fees related with assurances under Part 5, which are the mandatory very high level, and the assurance done on a voluntary basis under Part 4B. No, that's the only thing it says. So apply the same criteria to both, using the instruments you have in the code, modifying whatever you think should be modified. This is not the role of the PIOB, just to keep the same treatment. That's all. Thank you.
And just briefly, because in also the Part 5 addressing the voluntary engagements as well. So it's not only for mandated engagements, it can be a voluntary engagement as well if it meets the criteria set in 4,000.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that's the issue that Begoña is driving, whether it's mandatory or voluntary. I think it's understood that if it's Part 5, whether mandatory, voluntary, they're not taking into account those fees. That's understood, right? Begonia's question is not so much that she's looking for a revision to Part 4B, but she's looking for same treatment of sustainability assurance engagements performed under Part 5 within the scope of the IES in Part 5 and sustainability assurance engagements performed under Part 4B. That's because at the moment we're not covering sustainability assurance engagements under Part 4B if those are performed by the auditor of the same entity, right? That's a point. It's not about revising Part 4B. Just want to be clear.
But our response with Mark was that basically at the moment, Part 4B capturing other assurance engagement, not only sustainability assurance engagement. And in the extent version, regarding the proportion of the fees, we make a difference between an audit and the Part 4B engagement. So that's what we reflected, that this is an approach that is coming from the extent code, and that was agreed before. So it's just one.
As far as I understand, I think that what Begonia or the PIOB would be suggesting would that there would be something saying that if a sustainability engagement falls into Part 4B, the same treatment as in Part 4A, in Part 5 applies, which is the sustainability fees are not taken into account for the purposes of threats and etc. I think it was right. So I think that that's Christelle, please.
Yes. This position from the PIOB, if it was taken on board like this, would trigger, why do we make it easier for sustainability assurance engagement under Part 4B to be treated like that in the fees and not all other audit-linked assurance work that is not strictly in the audit fee, but is in Part 4B and is a part of the audit fees. You see, there are a lot of others. So this is why I suppose Sylvia and Mark are answering that what you are asking is in fact a complete rethinking of the reasons why there is a difference between audit and non-audit, between audit, non-assurance, audit, assurance, other assurance fees, and non-assurance fees, etc. If we state that it was acceptable to treat the fees at the same level as audit, with no additional triggering of threats for the sustainability assurance engagement, compliant with Part 5, it's because everything around that has been done to be equivalent to audit. This is the reason. What is done through Part 4B, be it on sustainability or other assurance engagement, is not complying with all these set of statements. And this is why it is for the moment treated differently on the fees point, no?
Sorry, we don't see it in that way. We understand that assurance is assurance of sustainability, of course. Sustainability assurance is sustainability assurance no matter where it is located. That's the point. And you are arguing that it's different, and we don't think this should be the case.
But it is already the situation with some audit-linked assurance work, which are not in the audit fees presently from the extent code. So it's already existing situation that you have a sort of, I would call it artificial, but for some reasons it was studied and set up as there is a difference between audit fees and other assurance type of fees, even if they are linked to the audit.
Well, Sadia, please.
Perhaps I can ask the team a question. Have we received this comment or this concern by our consultation process? Was there another question that was asked around this year in the Part 4B treatment of fees? No.
I was going to say, it wasn't something that fell within the scope of the consultation we did. We didn't have any feedback on it. Obviously, we'll reflect on it as a group, but I don't think it's the same question. I think the fact that different things are branded assurance doesn't mean they're homogenous. They're very different. And I would say it's not that we have designed something for sustainability engagements and designed something different for some other sustainability assurance engagements. It's we have designed something for a particular set of sustainability assurance engagements that we identified as being the most important ones that should follow an approach equivalent to an audit. 4B, in due course, needs to be updated. That would be the time, in my view, to change anything that needed to be changed. It's not that we've chosen to bifurcate or diverge. We've just not changed 4B.
I may be saying something which is not right, but I believe that in the ED, this was not the position, because what we suggested on the ED was that even for Part 5, there was a different treatment. I mean, that the sustainability assurance fees were relevant for the purpose of independence threats and etc. So this was changed afterwards upon many requests from many families about in this respect. So this was not, Sadia, this was not subject to that to concerns because it was not there. So I think that there are some reasons for all this, but I think that, as Mark said, that recommend that the group just reflects a little bit on this and brings something, I mean, your reasons for this. Jens, please.
Just for the background, the reason was that in the European regulation, where we had the same fee cap in principle, there's a clear statement, it is a non-audit fee, but only if it's mandatory, it's not counting. And we try to mirror this in a more principle-based way, and that's why we didn't intentionally not include it 4B, because 4B is not a real, in parentheses, real assurance work. It is partly, it's a, how to say, a half or not a mandatory or voluntary full scope assurance work on the sustainability information, and only then it should be an exemption. I think that was the approach we have taken, looking around what other jurisdictions are doing, and they're only exempting it for some specific full scope sustainability assurance work, so engagements. So that was the reasoning. And I would agree, if we want to extend it, we have to be clear what is under 4B, what type of other assurance work is it, being very clear, in those jurisdictions who have a cap, it wouldn't be accepted. So we would be not in line, for example, with European legislation. And I think before doing that, we should reconsider it in more deeply in the process of a 4B project, because we have to define what kind of sustainability assurance work is done under 4B.
Thanks, Mark. Sorry, Jens, I think this is very helpful. And it at least reassures us that if anything, the differences between one and the other are the same as in the European framework. So there is some consistency for the reasons that Jens clearly mentioned. But yeah, we can discuss further, but I think that it's clear now why we got here. So, Begonia, can we move So back to you.
So then I would turn to section 5411, and there are no changes to section 5411. Also changes there on gifts and hospitality 5420, no changes on that either. Section 5430, actual and certain litigations, no changes here either. There are no changes to the section on financial interests in 5510, I believe.
That's right.
Yes, and no changes to loans and guarantees either. No changes to business relationships. I think the next, so I would just pause here. I think no changes, but I believe there's no comments raised.
Okay.
No comments. And then the next one is section 521. And the changes we made here is what I mentioned earlier, that throughout the code, we address this situation regarding the impact of the relationship and services on the sustainability information, to specify that we're really focusing on the impact of the sustainability information on which the firm will express an opinion. So the changes in section 5521 is related to that matter.
The same for 5522.
And same the 5522. So I don't know if you have any comments on these two sections. No. 5523, no changes. In 5524, again, the same changes regarding the sustainability information on which the firm expresses an opinion. No change here either. 5525, I think, and 5540, long association. Yes, there is one. It's also just a clarification in 551410A. It was a clarification that in the situation when an engagement becomes a sustainability assurance engagement becomes a part 5 engagement, we clarified that that the engagement needs to meet the criteria of the international independent standards in part 5, because that's what includes the specific criteria. And sometimes we refer to it as part 5 engagement, but regarding the ethics, it covers all sustainability assurance engagement. It's only the independence where we have some criteria set out. So it's really just to clarify that point. It's not a change in the actual content. And I think the next one, if there's any. Yeah. The next one is the 600, where again, we didn't propose significant changes. We responded to the comments we have heard from at the September meeting that probably we wanted to be a bit too helpful with the examples and the specific guidance and the additional guidance we set out. So we deleted those guidances from the text. As you can see, for example, 600.6b, now it's deleted. And also, I think regarding the section 600 and the subsections as well, I don't think that we proposed any further changes that would be significant. So maybe I just pause here to see if there's any comments on section 600 regarding the deletions of these. No. Section 601, sustainability data and information services. I think, again, the changes we proposed is responding to the comments we heard from the September board meeting, to be clear about the examples we are including here. So any comments on 601 subsection? So no changes to subsection 602. In 603, again, some clarifications. We included a reference to forecasting services and the type of advisory services on forward-looking information. We already received some advanced comments regarding some typos and consistency issues that we will address, but no significant changes in the valuation either. So anything on section? And probably it's the quickest if I just ask in general if you have any comments on any of the subsections in section 600. So no changes on significant changes on tax. Also after tax is the legal services, internal audit services, sorry, 605. 606 is the IT services. Okay, probably I won't go through all of that. It's just, yeah. Any comments? No. No. Then I would go to the glossary where I think we discussed the changes regarding the group component and the value chain component. One thing I wanted to point out that just for clarity, we now included the component for the audit and review and engagement and the component in the sustainability assurance engagement in separate rows. It's just really to clarify what's the difference between the two. Yeah.
Sorry, Sylvia, Luigi has a comment.
As far as the group component is just to remind the comment I put forward this morning to keep the material in gray boxes and to factor into I don't know what, the text of the code or the basis for conclusion.
Okay. Christelle, please.
Yeah, if I may, I had a question about the page before on close family. And I was wondering how a child cannot be an immediate family member.
I think that's a work stream two issue. Yeah. It's
So
not.
I question myself. I had
You have the right to
a
respond,
block
Christelle.
there. I understand maybe a parent can be far if it's not the direct parent. I don't know, a sibling, if I understand well the English word, but a child. How can it be something else than a close than a immediate family member? What's the kind of situation that we imagine there?
The work stream, Christelle will take an action to get work stream 2 to do something about this.
I will.
Clarify
I
it.
will. Is Laura in the in the room? We'll do that.
Okay, Christelle. Luigi, do you still want to say something? No.
I wanted to have a better understanding of the question about immediate family member, about the child, because it is not clear to me. If a child is outside the house, it's autonomous, it's, let's say, why should be immediate? Okay.
Suppose it was imported from somewhere in the extant code because it's not something new, but I wonder. Okay, we'll work on that and come to you.
Okay.
I don't know if it's tomorrow or what. Okay.
Rich, please. Sorry, Mark, you want to say something?
No, I was going to say I'm also very interested to hear the answer, but it's somebody else's time.
Because
please,
in fact,
not ours.
it was moved from further down in the lexic, right? So it's just a move. So it was already there, but reading that, I just blocked myself.
Rich, please.
Yeah, so it's long been in the code. Close family members our immediate family members are spouses and dependents. That can be children, adults, it could even be some others. Close family members have always included, whether you want to call it children, regardless, and that has impacts on the roles that people might hold, for example, at clients, et cetera. And so there's nothing new here, nothing being changed that wasn't in the code before, if I understand it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the way I understand it, Crystal, is you could have children who are dependent, but also not dependents. So you could have grown-up children, they're still children, but they are not dependent. And that's what they would be under a close family. But if you have children who are dependents, let's say they are under age 18, they're students, they would be your immediate family. But if you have grown-up children, even they are stay at home, as long as it.
Then probably we need to define immediate family because it's, sorry? It is defined, okay. So, yeah, it's not easy. Chana, please.
I would leave these definitions alone because the repercussions are like, for the independent standard, there's big repercussions. So I would just leave these definitions alone, and the work stream 2 could spend time on some other issues.
Well, I was going to say we could put it on workstream 1's agenda, because it'll be done this evening anyway, so you'll be looking for things to do.
And the answer to that, Ken, is we'll leave it well alone.
Okay, Rania, please.
I just wanted to say that, yeah, it's also present in the, if I remember correctly, in the US, the ethics code. And as Ken said, the issue is one of financial dependence or interdependence that basically defines the immediate family or distinguishes between the immediate family and the close family. Yeah. So close relative or something.
So that.
Go ahead.
Then back to the independence issues that regarding the component, as I mentioned, just only like replacing it and the changes we discussed. Regarding the component practitioner, as explained, again, there is alignment with the IEESB's definition. IEESB's definition refer to individuals within the component practitioner. That we had that in the September version, but we actually deleted that because individuals from the component practitioner now are addressed as sustainability assurance team members. So no need in that reference that is currently in IEESB's, but that doesn't impact the alignment between the two definition or the definition in the two codes. So I think these are the only changes in the glossary, and I think we have no comment on the glossary. There is one more area. This is sorry, I'm just scrolling down. I think there is no other change, but just to be sure, to the transitional provisions, because we discussed the conforming and consequential changes under the fees. But regarding the transitional provisions, of course, we discussed the deferral. We got the comments. We discussed that with workstream 1. There is only one other thing, or actually two, I wanted to point out regarding the transitional provisions applicable to non-assurance services started or before the effective date. We proposed two changes. One is responding to the comments from PIOB and others as well. We put an end date to that transitional provisions, that it's only allowed for no more than one reporting cycle. And the other one is really just a clarification in the blue is to determine that we are talking about non-assurance services here that wouldn't be permissible or that are prohibited under section 5,600. So that was the intent, but it was pointed out that it wasn't clear that it's not known all non-assurance services, but only the prohibited non-assurance services that we are referring here. But no other change to the transitional provisions. So I'm just posing if there is any comments on the transitional provisions, not including the referral. And Tomoyo, I thank you.
Thank you. Can you provide more details why you use the word no more than one reporting cycle rather than 1 year cycle?
I'm thinking about that.
Sorry, it was just a reflection that your reporting period might not necessarily be a 12-month period. So you could have a short period or you could have a longer period. So it was to allow you to deal with the next reporting cycle. And then it wouldn't matter whether it was a 10-month one, a 12-month one, or an 18-month one. It would give you the same flexibility that would align with the company's reporting cycle.
Normally it's one year. You mean like, there might be semi-annual or what kind of, is it about the starting timing
No,
issue?
no, it may be a peculiarity that those of us on the work stream were aware of. But for instance, in the UK, a company can elect to change its financial year end, and it might do so by saying, next year, I will change my year end from 30th of June to 31 December. So therefore, my next set of accounts will cover 18 months rather than 12. So it was just a reflection that you could have a reporting period that was not a year, and then we would end up with a sort of misalignment. So therefore, we just said one reporting cycle.
Thank you. So you mean in that example you raised, like the reporting cycle has been 18 months due to that change. It is allowed to do that for 18 months rather than 12 months. Okay, thank you.
May I provide another example in this sense? Tamoyo, in Brazil, financial institutions have a reporting cycle of 6 months. They have full reporting cycle, both for June and for December. So it's not a year, it's a 6-month period. And it's full reporting, full reasonable assurance, full everything in the reporting cycle. Okay.
Thank you very much.
David, please.
Thank you. I would probably just add, Tomoyo, for your benefit, and Mark, you know this as well. I know the IFRS standards themselves use the terminology reporting cycle. They specifically avoid a term because they realize that technically an operating cycle could be more than a year. So I think we're quite consistent in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Christelle. Oh, okay. Begonia, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Well, we appreciate that you have made this change in order to accommodate our concern about this. And we just hope that the firms and the clients don't enter into multi-year arrangements and then they bypass this idea of having a deadline for the introduction of the new standard. So I don't know if this could be a problem. But,
One of the things that we did do some checking on, Begonia, was that normally you have an established reporting regime, which in most jurisdictions is 12 months. As Vanya said, there were the example in Brazil where it's 6 months. If you change your reporting period, generally it's something you do once and then you return to your regular 12-month cycle. So it couldn't be, for instance, that you'd have a situation where a company could say, I'm now going to only do my set of accounts every 3 years to keep me in. So there's legal provisions that get you away from that. So we were comfortable that we weren't, by using that term, exposed to a risk. And I think the other thing, as David said, the fact that that terminology is used by the IFRS foundation for the international accounting standards gives us some comfort that they will have tested as well, that there's no room to exploit that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Any other comments? Begonia, I suppose that you don't want to come in again? Okay, so Sylvia?
There is just one more section I wanted to point out, that we had some paragraphs in 300. It's 5311. It's addressing the use of the non-assurance work of another practitioner. This is something we presented to the board in September, but we haven't made any changes to that part. Just wanted to let you know that it's also part of the workstream one's responsibilities, and we consider that, but no changes on that. I just wanted to provide the opportunity if someone has any comments on.
Any comments? Sadia, I see you. Okay. No comments? So. Mark, Sylvia?
Oh, yeah, and we didn't make changes to the consequential amendments apart from what I pointed out to part 4A regarding the proportion of the fees, but yes, we any comment on that.
I was wondering whether the consequential amendments, we've accepted all and we're not showing them in markup anymore. My understanding is that consequential amendments should be published in markup.
It will be published in markup. It's just because in this version, we are showing the changes from the ED. So it means that there were no changes to the ED, but in the final pronouncement, it will be markup from the extent.
I just thought I'll make notes of that there's a lot of them. It'll be easier to track in markup, please.
Okay, so.
So that's all we wanted to cover, which isn't very much. So now, if you wouldn't all mind buzzing off and leaving us to do some work.
Okay, Mark Babinton, we will think about your case, but probably we should switch because you should be more comfortable in a smaller room. I suppose. Well, whatever you want. I don't think that anyone is going to stay here any longer. So you can choose your place. So thank you very much to all of you for this very, sorry, you still have a comment, Sungnam?
What matching more, as Rich suggested, diagram to paragraph, we don't need, or we covered already, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if any board member would like to really just run through this, we could do that, Sungnam, just to make sure that there are no lingering concerns.
Can we just say, Ken, that like, obviously we've circulated them again. I'm just aware of the fact that we've got quite a lot to do. So if anyone has any further comments, please let us have them, and we'll make sure that we address them. But we're keen to get on to the substantive issues that the board has set us.
Okay, unless anyone is uncomfortable with this approach and taking into account Mark's commitment to accommodate or take into account all the comments received, I think that we, at least for now, can stop here and see where we go. Thank you very much to all of you, and very in particular today to Workstream 1 for this not much, but anyway, some substantial work done. And for the very constructive comments received along this meeting that the workstream will address tonight. And I hope, now I'm not kidding, I'm not joking, I hope that you can do it as soon as possible and get some rest, because the week is just starting and we have a lot to do over the next few days. So thank you very much. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 again. And I wish you all good rest or walk or whatever you choose to do. And for those who will work, a good and, if possible, short work time. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.